I'm not only one for the in kind physically to only join a link or who be online. I'm not only mute or sound interference from the come on here. I'm not out to name Mara Ruak Koji Duto on behalf of the Obanda West Nyakach Sacco and Anma Will Niendi Nyinga Robin Sochieng Odio and Secretary Mara Sacco and on behalf of our office and on behalf of the Obanda Sacco fraternity Akautulo ni makende marua kujiduto meeting wama kawuono. I think it is our first ever AGM and also our first proper meeting. I would just take this chance mondomi watim a round of introduction. Wabru chako gijoma ni kae and then wabru the kuom joma ni online. Aneno ka joma ni online ngato bende no kwayo ni if we can also have a WhatsApp call ne joma ok nyal join Google Meet. Bende nyalo join through a WhatsApp call. So we'll organize and see how to the same wavelength. So I think I'll start from my far left. If we do around, Korika Duog ir officials Malokone, if you allow me.
Okay. Thank you, members, for giving me this chance to echo my name. Though it's the first time I was meeting as Obanda and Sacco, but next time, please. I'm saying this because this is the chance that I have. I don't know whether I'll get another time to speak. But let us always keep time, because on a weekend like such, people do have different commitments. Otherwise, I'm called Harry Olango. I'm with Dalmas Olango Ndolo. Thank you.
Irukamano ukweuru nyenga Moses Uma pasa ai gwen karkari ajaka diangaka irukamano
okweuru gilunga ni Michael Manyala ajaka dianga amoso uduto te anilunga ni Frederick Okotha Gure wuod Obanda ka an member mar Sacco Obanda.
Ya anilunga ni Varian Otino Chieng ajaka ana loka kocha dongo ni Komola Ball anwod Christopher Herur Kamano.
Good morning. Yangu si mzuri, but I want to speak an official language. I come from around this place. Thank you so much. I'm a member of Obanda Sacco.
What's the queue? I know what is your jaguar. I'm an Wood Obanda ka.
Oya uru ginyinga ilunga Dixes Lodeo and member
Sechete Yambe Ananya Rutino Remo.
Oya uru. Jomani online, there's a YouTube link. We didn't know there's a YouTube link shared. Aya, Uwinja, Ishmael. Uwinja. Now, there's a YouTube link on the WhatsApp group. There's a YouTube link on the WhatsApp group. Please click on that. There's a camera going around and it has a microphone. Just click on that YouTube link, then it will help us sort it out. Continue.
Tafri Natieno, Anyao Yugis, Atedo Gwengu Kambe, Ana member mar Sacco, and Chijaredo Uremo. Erun Kamano.
Martha Oyugi, I'm a member.
Amoso Joburate, Nyinga Eric Oyugi, Jakom mar the Sacco.
Amoso no yaure, kusani yorio. Ginyinga Wycliffe Ogola, I'm the treasurer of the Sacco.
Oh, yaure uru. Nyinga John Walter Kasoli.
Erokamano ahinya. Kaka nasewacho, nyinga Robin Sochieng odi West Nyakach Sacco. Allow me to invite Jomani online to introduce themselves. I think I'm not sure Kangama Ojoin through YouTube will be able to introduce and I'll use my screen from the far left bottom ongi George Ang Nelue gi Victor George Samori wuoyo to in a mute. Let's go to Victor. Opak Ruoth. Wawinji.
An nyinga Oreya Ogenga. Anyakwa nyawera loko kan. Erokamano.
Erokamano. Jeff Apani no odwa unmute to or drop off. Jojo Menda, could you please introduce yourself? Okay, Apani ang nwakal kanyo. Ang joma ne joma kore kodonjo warwako kabisa. Boniface karibu. So allow me to take you through the agenda of the day. We'll start by, we already started by opening prayer, then agenda number 2 and reading and adoption of the notice convening this AGM, the notice that we shared earlier. After that, we'll go to reading and confirmation of minutes of the previous members' general meeting. Then we'll go to executive report. Then we'll go to reading and adoption of financial reports, stroke statements, stroke audit report that will also be read out. And then we have approval of estimates of financial year 2024 estimates, and also fixing the maximum borrowing power. We'll need to fix the maximum borrowing power. And finally, I think we'll other additional for the supervisory committee and any other offices that currently aware of Kata has not been mentioned. I'd request include that in our agenda. We begin. Samapod watimo mano apani allow me to give chance to a few members mochopo moleo mondo introduce themselves, and also jomane ni online ma pok no ji introduce also to introduce themselves. Koro
Sawa. An lunga ni Boniface Ogola. An nyakwartara malo. I think that's all, Robins.
Sawa. I'm Jennifer Diambodiyo, a member of Sacco.
Thank you so much. So next on our agenda is reading and adoption of the notice convening this AGM. And I'll read that in a few. There's a technical hitch. Allow us to sort this out. Somebody's asking, how do we continue through YouTube Live? Could you please guide us on Ngamani on YouTube Live, the other side? Is there a way they can make a contribution? Or through making comments? Okay. Ishmael. For those that have joined through the Google Meet, I've noticed YouTube link. Yes.
The YouTube link no ni chiene. Koloka wanyalo di mbele gi Google Meet ni. I think it's just fine. Otherwise, go kasa apart.
And delays I've also noticed. So let's just somebody help me comment on the WhatsApp groups to let them know that through Google Meet we'll have the fastest way of getting a real-time feedback, and also it's faster. So I'm reading the notice. This was written on the 7th day of May 2024. Memorandum to all Obanda West Nyakach Sacco members. Notice of the first annual general meeting, into bracket AGM. In accordance with the Sacco bylaws, section 28, notice is hereby given that the first annual general meeting for members of the Obanda West Nyakach, into bracket OWN Sacco, will be held on the Saturday, 1st June 2024 at St. Agnes Obanda Comprehensive School, and through virtual platform starting from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Agenda according to this notice, number 1 was to receive the financial statements for the year ending 31st December 2023. Number 2 is adoption of the year 2023 audited accounts. Then number 3 is approval of 2024 budget estimates. Number 4, appointment of auditors for the year 2024. Number 5, board proposals and resolutions. Number 6, election of board and supervisory committee members. Then number 7, borrowing power. And number 8 is indemnity compliance. By order of the board, signed by the General Secretary. So, do we adopt this notice of the general meeting? Let's have somebody to propose. Let's have someone to propose, then we can also have a seconder. Proposed by Harry Olango. Seconded. Okay. Seconded by Victor. By Victoria, second online. So, thank you so much. The next item, now we are going to reading and confirmation, stroke adoption of minutes of the previous members' general meeting. So I will also read the minutes. Minutes of Obanda West Nyakach Sacco meeting held on September 6th, 2020 at Obanda Primary School and on Zoom from 14:35 hours. Members present: Eric Oyugi, Chairman; Robinson Chieng, Secretary; Wycliffe Ogola, Treasurer; Nehemiah Oyo, Kerry Kasoli, Francis Oselu, John Walter Kasoli, Lilian Auma Omondi, Kasam Jiwa, Alfred Okeyo, Caroline Achieng, Anthony Ndolo, Maren O. Oluande, Beatrice Adhiambo Molo, Moses Ouma Opasa, Caroline Ogola, Frederick O. Agure, Joan Ongudi, Paul Otieno, Peter Otieno. Anthony Dolo, Eric Achuch, Rose A. Uchieng. Absent with apology, Crispin Athoe, Martin Omondi. In attendance was Mr. Eric Nyandiago. Agenda: number 1 was account opening, number 2 was receiving official registration certificate. Preliminaries: the meeting started at 2:30 p.m. with a prayer from Madam Lilian Omondi. The chair, Mr. Eric Oyugi, welcomed all the members present. He reminded members to ensure to take precaution necessary to prevent COVID-19. He then invited Mr. Alfred Okeyo to share a bit of story about how SACCOs have helped him and his friends grow. Mr. Alfred Okeyo shared poignant stories about milestones they have made elsewhere as a result of joining SACCOs. Key highlights and actions. It is a requirement for the SACCOs to have an independent bank account where all members' contribution and payments will be banked. Members unanimously agreed to open an account with the Cooperative Bank Limited, United Mall, Cooperative Bank Limited, Kisumu. Signatories to the account will be Eric Oyugi, Robinson Chieng, Secretary; Wycliffe Ogola, Treasurer. The officials will make sure all the requirements, including KRA PIN, are in place to enable us open the account soonest possible. revising official registration, receiving official registration certificate. Our official registration certificate was presented to us by Mr. Moses Nyandiago from the Kenya Union of Savings and Credit Cooperatives Limited, Cusco. Officially presented the members a registration certificate and a certified copy of Constitution. The documents were received by both Chairman Eric Oyugi and Secretary Robin Sochieng. He promised to keep holding our hands to ensure Obanda West Nyakach Sacco is able to walk on its own. Members also had a chance to receive clarifications on issues of concern as expressed by some of the members. A or B, members were encouraged to invite their friends and relatives to join the SACCO and reap the benefits of being part of one. There being no other business, the meeting ended. The meeting ended at 5:30 p.m. with a prayer from Madam Lillian. Thank you. I hear there is a member who wants to interject. Could you please introduce yourself or just mention your name then so that the rest of us here can be able to understand who is speaking?
So members who are online, you are using Google Meet, we request that you use the chat box. Use the chat box. If there are any issues you want to raise, it is better to put them in the chat box. We'll be monitoring so that we can also manage any interest online and also progress. We will be giving you opportunity. So if you put your issue on the chat box, we'll be able to follow and to give you a chance. We have with us the cooperative officer whom we are under in this program. So he has requested that in the interest of time, people use the chat box. He has also logged in for Google Meet so that he is able to follow both people who are online and even people who are present. So use the chat box. Everything is under the control of the cooperatives officer, to whom I'm now handing over this microphone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman. Nyakach, amoso ni okweuru. Okay, an gi nyinga iluonga ni Bernard Mboya. An officer mawuok e office mar County Cooperatives. To kaluwore gi chenro mag cooperatives gi kaka gi operate, mondo mi wadhi mbele gi business of the day, cooperative officer ema oversee everything kaka timore. Koro gi kawuono abiro mondo mi wariwre kod mondo wariemb chenro ni kata ka en public holiday kamano. Sache moko nyaka wa compromise mondo eka wayud dongruok dong. Mane momiyo an ka e kawuono. Ne members mantiere online, kindly feel free to participate because Chik oyie both versions, physical and virtual. Kata mane decision making, everything, members mantiere online, I'm kindly requesting you to use the chat box. Nekech kangwa gi kumbele, everything en proposer and it is being seconded. Or even those who are online, mondo mi wabedi gi freedom of participation. Okay, society and mar members. To chiko wacho ni one member, one vote. Mondo mi umbu bedi gi freedom mar participate equally as those who are physical. Nyaka who participate through the chat box, or you can use that, you can raise your hand so that we give you an opportunity to also present your case. The secretary has read the minutes of the previous meeting, and now we need somebody to, we need to adopt the minutes of the very first members general meeting. This is the first AGM, but the other one was the first members general meeting. He has read the minutes. You are present. Now we need to adopt the minutes. Has he read the true minutes, or he has read his own things? Now we need to get an adoption of that. Then we proceed.
I would go first and I'd say, this is plan on that, okay? I'd say the secretary has read the true minutes of the meeting.
Thank you, Ishmael. So we have had a proposer and a seconder. Now we progress to the next agenda of the meeting, which we are going to have the management committee report, which is going to be given by the chairman. So, Chairman, karibu.
Members, good afternoon. Apologies to the team that is online. I'm not sure whether we circulated this thing online. But I promise that after this, I'll share it. It is just a one-pager. Allow me to start by introducing the team that we were elected and we worked with ever since we began this organization. We have our deputy, Caroline Ojo. She is not with us today. She has registered her apology. We have our secretary, Robin Sodio. Robins, you can just wave. We have our treasurer, Wycliffe Ogola. We have John Kasoli, Credit Committee Chair. We have Eric Chuch, who was a member of the Credit Committee, and he is not with us today. He has also shared his apology. And we have Susan Anam, who was also a member of the Credit Committee. She's also not with us today. They have registered their apologies. I want to thank members who gave us this opportunity to serve you voluntarily in managing our SACCO. And this far that we have come, it couldn't have been without your support. So my report, or our report, is just taking us through the journey that we have walked. And I want to quote Edward Everest Hale, who said, "Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success." Indeed, we came together, we have kept together, and that is what is producing the success that we are witnessing here today. It is a success because in the past, many people in our community, they have only come together when there is a funeral. Adwang isoni kata jodala moko kadiponi gikalo kasani. To ginyam na penjre ni to liend ngamicho? Liend ngamiti mama? Micho konkech jodala ong'im nani kaji okudre kamoro to gitimango. Ntie ngamoto midwa iki. But this one is different. We are gathered here because we have saved together, we have belonged together to this group. Our report, which will be largely shared by the finance report, is simply highlighting the success that we have as of 31st December, we had 46 members. As at 31st December, we had 46 members. 36. Today we are gathered here to discuss 2023 report. I know from 1st January to now, we are reflecting on our performance last year. So, members, and out of the 46, 38 were active. 8 were dormant. 38 were dormant. And when you look at our savings, because our main business here is to save. So I'll say how our savings look like. You have this paper with you. I think it is the 3rd paper. Is it the 3rd or the 4th? Hii yenye ina bar charts. As at 2023, and I want us just to reflect on between 2,000 and 6,999, we had 3 members. Between 7,000 and 9,999, we had 13 members. Between 10,000 and 19,999, we had how many members? Good, you are following. 20,000 to 29,999, we had how many members? 5. 30,000 to 39,999, we had how many members? And you can guess that thing is going down. Huh? 40K plus, how many members? 3 members. I want us to just give a round of clap to the 3 members. One of those members is actually online, and you can see the passion with which they are following this presentation. Our best saver as at 31st December 2023 was none other than Dr. Victor Oria. Makofi kwake. What I'm not sure of is whether come 2024 December, Dr. Victor Oria will still be the one holding that position. Nikechane noka jomoko igiwanka. Jomoko igiwanka. Nika chop December 2024. To Victor okibichaki yud club mi yudo kawuono no. I also want to say ni one of our best saver. Victor was the one with the most savings, but our best saver, allow me to say, is none other than Frederick Agure. Agure chunga kama intie nikech this is your moment to shine. Frederick Agure, fuafua ya pamne uruki jana no. We may not have a trophy to give, but wange gima Agure timo dalaka. Agure actually is one person who has made our account very active. He does like 100 shillings every day. 100 shillings, 150, 200, toro pile pile. Omi Agure is among the people who are actually within the 30,000 plus. Koro oheo jo Kisumo, oheo jo Nairobi, oheo jo diaspora donge. Koro adwani samoan kani. Wadwani mondo wapenjre nto come the next AGM account ni bochal nadi. This is savings and loaning, and if people did not take loans, then even our progress could be in jeopardy. Donge? Nikech loans go, ema miyo bedo gi gimiluongo nango interest. Donge? Ng'eni pi mimodho ni, imodho nikech ng'ato nokawo loan, kendo chulango interest. Donge? Nono, to ka wamodho pigni, to samoro wamodho mna capital ndi. Dong nyalre? Ka ng'ato kukawo loan, ng'ato kochulo interest, to ng'eni wachamo mna capital, ema medo timre nadi. dok chien. But we had people who took loans, and you are able to see there. And since this is a joint report, I will also speak for our credit committee. One thing that they are requesting we tighten. For you to borrow, you need to have saved with us consistently. For how long? For how long? Adwa nunuo wach miluongo ni consistently. Nwa nena urwachno. Jakom Kisumu dingi. Good. Consistently for 6 months. Tadwa goiro kamano nkech we have 2 cell groups that have now made that practical. Nkech these 2 cell groups, one is Obandians, Kisumu chapter. Beuntieka, members mag Obandians Kisumu chapter. Hapa ni wane majority. Angeni kanyo to Musa oknyawe moko fuaye. Nairobi chapter, Nairobi diaspora, jo diaspora ma Nairobi. Encha an member kuondegite, abe an kodgi. And Wycliffe has actually been the treasurer for diaspora ma Nairobi until 2 weeks ago, when they decided now they have elected Mrs. Achuch, who will now be the treasurer, Mara diaspora. So this diaspora, it covers Joaman Nyaka Pinje Mamoko, and Victor Oria is a member of Nairobi, Achuch is a member of Nairobi, and Gimawuor Nejo Kisumo. Kutangulia sio? Kutangulia sio? Kutangulia sio kufika. Jo diaspora gi, sanigin gi 30 members. Sanigin gi 30 members. Remember Kisumu, we have been doing 200 per week. Ginegi chako gi 300 per week. So you can imagine the speed at which they are coming. Nyaka unge nito, wadwa ringo nango. Ne wachako maber, but so I want to appreciate the 2 cell groups because they have brought a new impetus to this circle of ours. As a result of that, we have been active in terms of taking loans. We have between 1,000 to 20,000 Jia Beach no kao loan bilano. Between 20,000 to 40,000 Jia Ngwen. 40,000 to 60 Jia Uchiel. 60,000 to 80 Mago Jiadi Adek Donge. 80 to 100 onge, then above 100 one gingata chiel. So what the credit looks at is your savings, your consistency, donge. Then the other thing they look at, do you have people who have done what? Guaranteed, donge. Koro kain gi shares gi and savings, and you are consistently doing it, donge. Then in gi jok mo guarantee that will cover that, and then they process your loan. That loan has made a difference to the lives of our people. I think those who have benefited can attest to the speed at which it has been done, and the bureaucracies we have tried to eliminate. Nikech gini en marwa, waholo, wachulo, mondo wasud mbele, donge. Koro, I want to say that as a team, we are very happy because of this progress that we have done as a team. And we want to finish by saying that we are looking forward to a bigger and better Sacco. Last year, we closed with around 700,000, as will be read in the financial report, in terms of our net worth. Koro, we also decided ni wadwa yao an account gijo Cusco. To wase bedo kwa tero pesa wa Cusco, nkech okwa kante, Watero Cusco nikech Cusco dongo saccos. Cusco timango odongo saccos donge. Koro ne ginyiso ani kochopo sama we now want to expand nikech every member here is allowed to borrow 3 times their shares donge. Koro pare ni kawate wabukre ni wadwa boro. Dong pesa wadhi timre nade? Dong onge pesa mwadwa holre. So wanyalo dhi yudo teko moro from nga? From Cusco donge. Cusco allows us to borrow 5 times our savings in Cusco donge. Tapani jo Kisumo manka gin gi lek. Ang'eni gin ka gin gi lek. Gidwani machiegni ka gidwani gitim gimoro gi pesa gino. Jo Nairobi bende ang'eni nigi ang'o? Nigi lek donge. Koro momiyo pesa wagi part of it wakano Cusco, part of as a team. Koro okadwa wacho mang'eny, anadwa mna encourage wa ni kiwuok ka to wabede ka Frederick Agure. Onge pesa matin. Donge? Onge pesa matin. By the way, if you are to do 100 shillings per day for how much? 36,000 donge. But do you know ni 100 ni ngenywa cannot even account for what 100 does on a daily basis. Donge. Ngenji cannot account. Ingeo chewing gum, ingeo credit, ten kako dino kako timre nade. Odi. But kiketo discipline ni I want just to put 100 shillings every day. By the end of the year, you have 36,000 in your account. Agombo ni kachop December to ngenywa jok manie 2 to 6. Hapa ni kachop December to dwa her ni graph waochakie 20,000 kadimbele. Kila ngato koro oranga nenan to anta dwa dhi kanye. Then I also want to say this, we are a young circle, we are growing. We have had challenges. Part of our challenges has been on documentation. Ngenywa, especially jo Nairobi, and also jo Kisumo. Some of them, they are yet to fill their numbers, their registration forms, and return them to us. Your mic was on. Huh? No, eka on. Are you able to listen to me now? Mano ok gima serious, mano ne commercial break. So I want to say we have had challenges. Robin, just mute. Or you reduce your volume. Then this one. Koro Ishmael ibende mute. So I want to say we have had challenges, and we are trying to see if we can go Google Forms. So there is a friend of mine who was working on the Google Forms. Unfortunately, Mengi no bedo matuo seriously, but he had accepted to support us with Google Forms. What will Google Forms do? You can actually fill the membership forms online, donge. You can even do the loans online, and it will make our work easier. So that is one area that we are working on, just to increase our efficiency. We want to request us to support us. Kaina member, Topoki Jaso, your details, especially those that are here today. Probably you can make it a priority just to fill the forms, Tiwene Robbins. Mondo, our file also is up to date. The other thing that has been a challenge is the monthly reporting to members. Initially, we used to update a wall culture. Ni due marumo ni Moses Opasa uketelu yango e account donge. Kasto chik mono biro miluongo ni data privacy. So chik no kano biro to it limits us. Nikech nitie jomoko apani akia jok moko manoneno kta solo maram. Kane wachako to waketo pesa gi nying ng'ato. To one of the friends said, you guys are infringing on data policy. Okoyienu. So as a team, this is what we want to be doing. Okwabiga ketokacha cha nyingewa gi pesa mwagolo. But we want a way to be communicating with each member individually. Mondo kila ng'ato ng'eni account ne ringona didonge. Koro, we want to work with the office to ensure that every month we are able to tell each member nidweni pesa mikete account chal kama. Loan michulo bende chal kama. Balance modongen en kama. That way we can easily be reminding all of us, and we will be doing it not later than 10th, so that all of us can actually know how are we performing as a SACCO. Koro, we want to improve on those areas, and we request members kindly support us even as we move forward. Lastly, Adwadu Okone Office Moseti Ogoiro Kamano Maduong. It has not been very easy. They have sacrificed. Unfortunately, we may not have enough funds to even reward them, but they have sacrificed. Teach Magitio is voluntarily. We all know that Wycliffe is in Nairobi. Achuch has been, he was with us until July last year. Then Nyasai Noya Oneyoro Dikumodeye Donge. And that is also our happiness and joy. Otherwise, thank you so much. I must appreciate also the cooperative officer. Pokwo Wutho could give for long, but they are very supportive, and that is why Mboya also decided, despite being a holiday, let them come and educate us. Kawuono idi puonjwa. To Waswahili wacho ni ushikwapo kare tinde joluodhi maber.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman. Dong winjo report kaka usewuotho are 2020 nyaka nochaki. Adoption of the Chairman's report, proposer and a seconder. Aye. We have a proposer, a seconder. Thank you. Your names, state your names. Jared, seconder, proposer. Frederick Agure, thank you.
Excuse me, can you sound
actually,
the microphone alone is not enough. Online, you are clean.
It is the network.
Actually, it is the network, Madara.
The network.
It's unstable.
Okay, I'm going to drop. Network, it is the network.
The network is a bit poor, so when it drops, then of course we drop, but if it's good, you let us know.
Yeah. That it will pick.
So Robin, you're on.
Robin, yours is on.
I've always been on, but I'm seeing my microphone could.
Hello.
Be winjoa? Be winjoa? Hello? Tosani?
Can we have a phone?
What's wrong with you?
Is Mary online there? Mary, is she online?
There she is. She is. Okay. Winjoa? Winjoa?
You need to know whether it is this or this so that the sound maginene. Sound matiyo.
Hi, boy, come speak from here.
Let me just bring you this here.
Okay, thank you. Even mine is back. Okay, thank you so much. I'm back now. The diaspora ang nungwanwa. Aya, ero kamano. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Those who are in the diaspora, it is just a slight technical hitch on our systems. But now I believe we can progress smoothly. So we have had a proposal and adoption of the chairman's report. Now you have been progressing since registration in 2020. So our next agenda item that we are going to transact is the reading and adoption of the financial statement / audited accounts. So I will welcome the treasurer to take over and put us through.
So we are going to start, I think I have a bulky document. We did just the financials to cut on cost. So I'll just go straight to page 6. Page 6. The document that you have, page 6. So on page 6, we have profit and loss account for the year ending 31st December 2023. Item number 1, we have revenue. And revenue, we have 46,700. We have 46,700. And when you see note 4, you guys, you don't have the notes. So I will just read what is constituting the 46,700. Eric, you can help me as I go. So the first one is note 4, revenue, 46,700. Eric will help us with the breakdown of what is constituting the 46,700. Note 4.
So note 4 is members' registration fees. Huh?
Yes, item number 2 of the income component, we have other incomes captioned under note 5. We have 71,256.
So that is interest income.
On 6, giving us a gross profit of 17,956. Then out of the 117,956, we have some expenses that we incurred during the financial period. Finance cost, we have note 6. Under finance cost, we had bank and M-Pesa charges. Giving us a total of 28,818. Note number 7, we have administrative expenses. Under administrative expenses, we incurred some 3 items under that component. We have Cusco expenses. We have audit fees. Cusco expenses is 4,000 shillings. Audit fees, we have 18,000. And general expenses, we have 17,882. When you sum them up together, they'll give you a total of 39,882 that you are seeing under that component. Then other operating expenses captioned under note 8. And under note 8, expenses totaling to 26,600 shillings. Now, when you sum all of this together, no, there is tax credit. Sorry. There is a tax under note 9, the 6,797 is the current tax that was paid, totaling to that amount. So, when you add the total expenses, you net off from the income that we received that year, you will get a surplus for the year of 15,859. Any question? Before I proceed to the next. Yes. Yes.
You can give them a chance to put for chat box. Could you like to as we proceed, you can also promptly respond.
As the Treasurer responds to an urgent call, we move to the Statement of Financial Position, that is number 7, page 7.
So I just wanted to expand more on notes 4 and 9.
Note 4 and 9. Yeah. So note 4, 46,700, which he said was members' registration fees. We said that we closed December with how many members? With how many members? How much do we pay membership? So 1,000 times 46 is how much? 46,000. Then we have 700. It simply means there are some people who started paying registration, lakini hawajamaliza kulipa. Sawa? So that is answered, yeah? On note 9, yes, on note 9, we have a government that is, one of its duties doing what? Taxation. Sio? Tuko na zakayo kwa kiti, yeah? So tax, revenues are taxed. Even hizi za sako ziko taxed. Sawa? So we are liable to pay tax of 6,797 to the government of Kenya. So that is, we have no option but to remain compliant. Sawa?
Was it based on this revenue?
Yes, yes. It is not based on the revenue of 46. It is based on the 26,600. I think it is 30% or something. The calculation of this is based on the income, the net income then you do the taxation. Sawa? Yes, Alfred?
It says that note 8 is members' registration expenses. It says note 8 is members' registration expenses. That's 26,000. What does it really constitute? What expenses do you incur to register members?
Maybe it is the way it is worded, but those are the initial registration expenses that we incurred in registering the Sacco. Yeah, remember, this is our first AGM. So every expense that we incurred to bring this Sacco into status of registration is what is included in the 26,600. Sawa? Otherwise, hatungekuwa na hizi documents. And remember, even for us to come together, there was that first AGM, not AGM per se, ilitwa nini, members coming together, mahali tulichagua the office, bringing the officials, and even the documentation, and getting those things registered kwa cooperatives. All that money is in that 26,600.
Then it would be useful just to reward it properly, so that it would be the Sacco registration expenses rather than members. In the notes, then you make sure the notes are properly worded. Fine.
We did not share it on the chat box. I've seen from the chat box the treasurer Buka. He joined, but I mean the auditor. He joined, but he had some issues with the connection, so he dropped at some point. And then Victoria, he asked that we share the document with them that are already reviewed. Then Victor is asking, can we kindly talk about the minimum shareholding we need for the Sacco?
Through the financial reports, then after that, is then we answer those questions. So I think there were some people who were asking about the current tax, how it is totaling to 67.97. I hope you've answered that. It is 30% of the net surplus for the year 2023. So we are going to statement of financial position for the year ending 2023. In other words, the balance sheet. Page 7, page 7. So under page 7, we have assets. Under assets, we have current assets. We have receivables of a total amount of 712,681. Under note 11, we have loans to members, 652,681. Then we have Cusco deposits, the monthly deposits that we normally do with the Cusco. Total amount totaling to 60,000. If you add them together, they'll give you the total amount of the 712,681. Then the next item under current assets, we have cash and cash equivalents. Pardon? I am reading the total amount and the breakdown. So the total amount, we have 712,681. What is totaling to that amount? We have breakdown. Page 7, page 7.
Are you on page 7? Look at the bottom of the page you have. The page number is down here. And he's reading the notes you don't have. These notes you have it on board.
We have two columns. We have the column for amounts and we have column for the notes. So the notes, you don't have them there. So that is what I'm reading here. So when I read amount like 712,681, I give you corresponding breakdown of the same, given under the notes. So item number 2, we have cash and cash equivalents of 50,587. That is note 13. And under note 13, we have cash in hand, 10,282. Cash at bank, we have 40,305. If you add them together, they'll give you the figure you are seeing there. Then all these assets were represented by equity. Are you on the same page? All the assets were financed by item number 1, equity. Under equity, we have member shares of 82,500. That is the minimum ile yenye moromo aginet alfario moromo agolo chande madhi share capital cha. So cumulatively for all the members we have 82,500. Then we have accumulated funds 15,859. If you add them together, they'll give you 98,359. Then we have current liabilities. Under current liabilities, we have member deposits and accruals, captioned under note 12. Note 12, the breakdown we have here, we have member savings, 626,557. Accruals, we have 13,555. And we have accrued audit fees. That is the fee that we are going to pay the auditor, who is going to take us through, the auditor who conducted this audit is going to be paid 18,000. If you add them together, they'll give you 658,112. Then we have tax payable, the 30% that we calculated under the income and expenditure statement. So when you add all this together, equity and liabilities of 763,268. Up to that point, any question? We are going to page number 8. Page number 8. They don't have it. Yes, yes. Receivables.
This is not 11.
See what you anticipate to receive. Not 11. We have loans to members and Cusco deposits. Loans to members, we have 652,681. Then we have Cusco deposits, the monthly savings that do with Cusco. Total amount of 60,000. If you add them together, giving you that figure. Fine. Okay. We will require a proposal and a seconder before we go to the budget for the year 2024. Oh, Robbins, you can help us with the questions.
I think let's give chance to Eric Olwach to ask this question.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Now, you see, you've been ignoring me for 30 minutes.
Continue.
First, let me say thank you so much for giving this opportunity to participate in this AGM. And I I'll go straight to the questions. My first question is your report, the executive report, whereby you said that you were 46 members, then 38 are active, and around 6 or 7 are inactive. So what has the office done to find out about these 6 or 7 non-active members? Because the policies of a Sacco, if you're not active, you are deregistered. Question number 2. Are you getting me?
Yes. We are getting you.
Hello?
Proceed.
Proceed.
You've also admitted that we are going to invest in Cusco as one of the umbrella organizations for Sacco, and yet it is the public domain that Cusco has been involved in financial misappropriation worth 6 billion. Is it risky for Obanda Sacco to invest there?
Mr. Deda.
Question number 3.
Okay, let's take all the sets of questions.
You can be incognito. So is it true?
Well, the financial page number 6.
Page 6.
Are you getting me?
Yes.
Are you getting me?
Yes, we are getting you, Eric. Proceed.
On the financial page 6, item note number 6 and 7. So what do they relate to? Because they are very high.
Item number?
And you also said in the report that the office is there in polluter. So what are these administrative expenses for? And also maybe the finance cost, other operating expenses. I think those two can be under administrative expenses, and they do so huge amount. If you look at what has been realized as our revenue, make it fair, I submit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. The finance cost are the bank charges that we incurred for the year period ending December 2023. And on the administrative expenses, these are expenses that we normally incur during our meetings like today. All the expenses that we are going to incur in this meeting will be captured under administrative expenses. So these ones are the ones that we incurred from the inception of the Sacco up to the year ending December 2023. Yes, Eric.
So I can also add.
So I can also add and say that our Sacco, we started operation in August 2020. So we opened the bank account, I think, December 2020. So the bank charges relate to 2021, 2022, and 2023. Remember when we started this Sacco, then there was this thing called COVID-19. So what did COVID-19 do? It actually paralyzed everyone. So instead of saving, tulienda underground. So even the 8 members that have not been active, the reason why we have not deregistered them is because they have the passion ya Sacco, but they are yet to stand up on their feet. Sawa. Koro nkech ne waherore, we loved each other, and we have actually witnessed even among the 38 that are active today, not all of them became active at one point. There are people who actually just started pole pole. The person that I'm celebrating today, anaitwa Frederick Agure, there was a time that he just used to say, Chairman, weawe amondi, poda ikora, donge? E koro no ikrema kano moko to koro moka mati. Koro katajia boro mapododongi, we are requesting them that we know when things open up, they will actually walk the journey. That is why we have not deregistered them. The bank charges, the other thing that happened to us, when we opened the cooperative's bank account, they had very high charges. And it is in 2023 that we went and raised the issue with them, and they actually said they have revised their charges. This did not just affect us, but it seems big to us because earlier on, 2021, 2022, there was no money that was going in actively. So ukiangalia charges, zile zinaingia kwa bank, maybe 1,000 every month in terms of ledger fee, it is accumulating and it is huge. But currently what they are charging us is very minimal because every month they charge 360. But 360, we are happy because even our savings now, on a monthly basis, tunaelekea mahali tuko almost tunapiga 70,000 plus every month. And that is reasonable for us. The other thing there, kwa hii administrative fee, is the 18,000 year audit, then the general expenses, just as our treasurer has explained. So the other question that related to Cusco, I'm happy that while we were progressing, our officer, relationship manager at Cusco, walked in. You know, I was wondering, which member is this that I don't know? Kumbe ni wewe. So Barbara, karibu sana. Yeah, so I don't know if you can just dispense with that. You will sort it out with your speech. So Eric, just hold on. The Cusco representative is with us here, and he will also address the concern, which is very genuine. And that concern is not just a concern of Eric. It is also my concern. And Barbara will tell you guys that I actually raised it with her. When I started seeing those things kwa newspaper, nikauliza, are we jumping from a frying pan into fire? But she assured me, and again, as members, we will also make a right decision. Asante.
Just for guidance, given that it seems like the audit report is not just for 1 year, it's actually for a period. Would it not be in order to say audit report for this period, 2021 to 2023? So it just covers the whole period, and I think that could be acceptable. I would be guided by our experts from the cooperative and even Cusco. I think it should be possible to say this is an audited report for this period.
Eric, if I go ask your question.
There is the appreciation or both is classified as investment property. Maybe leave it there. But in our record, we do not capture that rental property that we have. Maybe it is there, and we also not capture it as an asset in the balance sheet.
Eric, these are just policies to guide us in an event that we have such within our activities.
which means the property is there and it's earning rental.
No, this is just a policy that will guide us should we have one in place. But as we speak, we don't have one.
Because somebody whose skills are in finance will tell you that if you put it there, it means it's there.
Ebusoma the heading, the basis. Basis of preparation and summary of significant. Huh? This is just a policy to guide us. Yes, yes. And
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Eric, for your concern. But for the purposes of preparation of audits, there are standard auditing policies that are predetermined. So these are just guiding notes for purposes of guidance and preparation of financial statements. So in case you have got a property, there is a way that it is going to be dealt with when preparing the financial statements, which in this case you don't have it. So it is just for information purposes on how these documents were prepared. But if you look in the financials, it is not captured. So I think umeelewa hiyo section.
Anasema yeye anaelewa, lakini any other person mwenye labda anaweza kuwa hapa na hana knowledge in finance can easily assume.
Okay, thank you so much. Noted.
Yes. You must have your assumptions as a policy statement. Yes. So we can note his concern, but we also have to stick to the premises.
Should we have one in place?
Okay, thank you so much. So I think we will proceed. We've had the financials, so I'll take it back to the treasurer. We get a proposer and a second. There's still a question on the same. Okay, thank you so much. I'll respond to that. Though the auditor would have responded on the areas they captured, but as per the statements, it is for the year ending December 31st, 2023. But if we assume that 2020, you have not been so much active, and so there has been some laxity. This is the very first audit that has been conducted. So it has captured from the inception to now.
And just to add, the auditor also advised, if we do the 3 years, then the expenses related to registering every year, do we want to bear those? So we said, since we were not active 2021, 2022, we just combined them into one audit report. Now every year, remember it's a requirement that once you have been audited, there is no skipping. So every year, we will now be having our audited reports audited and registered.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we get an adoption of the report, proposer and a second? Then the treasurer can progress to read the proposed budget and we get to approve the same. So can we get an adoption from the members? Name? Nick? Yes. Can we get a second? From diaspora, anybody to second? Mr. Eric, I can see your hand is up.
Is this speaking?
Yes, Mr. Eric has seconded. Thank you so much. So our next agenda item is approval of the budget estimates for the ensuing financial year. So the treasurer. Thank you.
So you'll go to the last page of your document. The last page of your document. I hope the diaspora team also have a copy. They don't have. Robins, you can share a picture of the budget.
Yes.
So we have Obanda West Nyakach proposed budget, or in other words, projection for the year 2024. We have two columns. We have the one that we worked with for the year 2023 and a projection for the current year, 2024. So under 2023, members' shares, we have 82,500 shillings. Members' savings, we have 626,557. Members' loans, we have 680. Then members' registration fee, we have 46,700 shillings. Then we have interest income, 71,255.44. Now, under the total of the incomes, if you add the two items, we have 117,955.44. Under expenditure, we had 26,600 for registration costs. Administration costs, we have 17,882. Training for members and management, we have 3,000 shillings. Cusco membership, we paid 1,000 shillings. Bank charges for the year, we had 28,818. Then audit cost, we have 18,000, giving us a total of 95,300. When you net it off against this 117,955.44, you will get a net profit of 22,655.44. So based on the 2023, we have projected for the year 24 as follows. Members' shares, we projected 182,500. For member savings, we projected 2 million. Members' loans, 3 million. Then members' registration, 50,000. That is to say, we are projecting to register 50 new members for the year 2024, because the registration fees is 1,000 per member. Then we have interest income, 250,000, giving us a total of 300,000. Under expenditure, registration cost, 10,000, administration cost, 25,000, training for members and management, 15,000, cost of borrowing, 75,000, bank charges, 6,000, audit cost, 18,000, and AGM expenses, 20,000. If you add them together, we'll get a total of 169,000 shillings, giving us a net profit of 131,000 shillings. Any question before we go to the proposal and the seconder?
I have a comment on membership registration.
Yes, yes.
Your projection on membership is a bit high, considered to what we have been seeing on the past. So, as we want to propose, let's propose by adjusting that registration, and also, I don't know how okay, on these bank charges, when you reflect back on 2023 to 2024 bank's charges. What was the figure? What was your figure? Because this one is again too high.
Concern number 1 is on membership. The report that we have is for the period ending December 2023. We've worked with 50 members out of knowledge that as Nairobi chapter, we have 20 new members. Our Nairobi chapter we started in 2024. And as we speak, we are almost 30. Kisumu chapter, I think you have almost additional members of more than 10. That is already 40. So meaning, between now and December, we only need 10. Is it okay? As we speak, we have 30 new members in Nairobi. That is 30. We have a deficit of 20. Kisumu chapter, you've recruited how many? 2024. More than 10. That one is 40. Between now and December, recruiting 10, I use it to Shinda.
And we want him to give us 10.
So it is achievable. So it is achievable. Then, let me answer. Then concern number 2 is on the bank charges. I think the chair explained that for the year 2023, the figure you are seeing there is for 4 years. 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. So averagely, 28,818 divided by 4, monthly charges is around 7 there. But on the initial stages, we incurred a lot of money. So 6 is workable. Yes, another question?
Okay. There was a question online. Could you please ask your question? Victor, you're on mute. Victor, you are on mute. Unmute.
I believe both Robbins and Ben muted, so we cannot hear you guys. Yes. One needs to mute, the other one is to unmute, so that
Victor, proceed. Victor, your question has been answered.
Okay, Victor has written his question on the chat box. His question is asking, on what basis are you making these projections?
Geoffrey. Yes, sir. Kindly mute.
So the basis of our projection is actually reflecting on our past. And just as the treasurer was explaining, we also did not want to put figures that may not be achievable. And if I take, for instance, the members' savings, we are projecting that our savings in 2024 will hit 2 million. Am I speaking on your behalf or in Ndoto Tunaota? So let me just give you like 2 million how it can come. Huh? Right now, we have like around 70 members. tumesikia kuna wale washafika 40,000 plus. How many of us are at 10 who can actually push to reach 30,000? Si wako na sisi hapa, si ndio? So for us to reach 2 million savings, it simply means each member to just push kidogo, savings zake zifike 30,000. 30,000 times 70, that is actually 2.1 million. Siongei kuhusu those who are already at 40. So you can imagine if those who are at 40 decide to push theirs to even reach 80. If by the end of the year we have 10 members only who have 80, that is 800,000. Only 10 members who can reach 80, that will be 800,000. So we are projecting this basing on our strength, and if members can decide to be serious, then the sky or beyond the sky will be our limit. When it comes to the expenditures, we have limited it to projections that we believe are workable. Administrative costs, for instance, we have to put in place these things to automate our system, which will incur a lot of money at first, but then moving forward, hatutakuwa na recurring costs kama hizo. But in the initial stage, tuweke hizi Google form, Google Sheets, that will make our life easier, we need to incur some costs. Then we also need to invest in training for members, training for the management. We have not been doing this very well, but it is something that we really need to do. Then I think the one that is not very clear probably is the cost of borrowing. If we are to borrow money to subsidize the amount of money that we are able to lend to members, then there is no free money. Where we are borrowing, we will need to pay interest. But that interest will also be loaded to our members so that we don't lend at a less interest that will be costly to the Sacco. So basically, the projections, we believe they are sound, and we hope that members, if anybody has probably a counter suggestion, it is welcome. Thank you.
Now I think if there is any other reaction, Ishmael, I can, Paul, your hand is up. Maybe you can unmute and raise your question.
So Paul Ayalo, unmute. Paul Ayalo, is it a ceremonious hand?
Maybe speaking on his own mute.
Paul, in case you are speaking, you are mute.
We progress. I think we can progress. Can we get an adoption, approval of the budget estimates, or if there is any other thing that you want to adjust in the budget, you can bring it on before we do the approval.
Just a minute. I don't know if Victor, you are there. Are you hearing us? Victoria?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you guys.
Earlier on, you had a concern on the share capital. Is there something you want to probably emphasize?
Yes. I think for all of us, if we say that the members' registration fee is 1,000 or 2,000, we have to make sure that every member has paid that 2,000. Because if you are selling with us and you're not paying the registration fees, then who are you? I don't understand that. And I think if you look at even all these other circles that we are members of, whether it's Stima or Azina or Layer or Safaricom or whichever, you have to pay the registration fees or the minimum registration fees, and you also need to reach the minimum share so that you can savings. I think then from there you can move well.
Thank you. I think members have heard you loud and clear. Our share capital is 2,000 minimum. We encourage members, if you are with us and you have not hit the 2,000, we request that you make it a priority. But what we like is the two cells, they have actually been helping members, because when they put money, we take registration and we take the share capital. So that way, I think almost 90% of us are at the required level. So thank you, Victor. Back to the cooperative officer.
Okay, Okay, carry on.
Yes, when are we going to receive our monthly deposits? When is that going to happen?
Thank you for your concern, Victor. Initially, we were doing them in the group, but earlier on, the chairman explained why we stopped. So, starting from next month, we will be sending individual reports to members individually, not as a group the way we were doing earlier on. So, latest by 10th every month, you will be receiving individual report.
Okay, Paul, I can see you have raised your hand again.
What do you need? Just go ahead.
My question is important to chapter number one. There are some people when they pay the fee earlier on, but it seems to me not be seen in the registration form. And now 2 years down the line, they still don't know whether their member will not check because they didn't finish the registration form. And two other sub-branches, for example, every time we make the contributions every week or maybe monthly, and we don't have the up-to-date report on how much fees have been actually issued, the registration fee, the nominal share capital, and the same. When I read the report, at the individual level, or at least, if it's me, then I understand that my savings are good, the member, and this and that are good.
I think we've answered you, Paul. You'll be receiving them by 10th every month.
I think Paul should concentrate on this meeting, please. Paul. Most of these questions you're asking now have just been answered just like less than 5 minutes ago. Maybe you stepped out. But please, your concerns are very genuine. And we've given a prompt response. One is about the form you are questioning about. We are now working on that for once and for all. We have an e-form that can easily be filled by a member wherever they are through their phones, and then the details are remitted to us. So that will make it easy. And the one you're asking about the finances has just been answered when I think you stepped out. We really looked for you to ask your question, but please just stay put, then we are almost finishing up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I think we need to up our speed. Now can we get an adoption, approval of the budget, a proposer and a seconder, so that we go to the next agenda. You propose name? George? A seconder? Yes. Jennifer. Thank you so much. Our next agenda item is fixing of the maximum borrowing powers. The borrowing power, this is the amount of money that you can get from external lenders.
Just before you move, Ishmael has a suggestion. He wanted to raise something, so maybe we give him a chance, then we go to the borrowing.
It's okay.
Sorry for jumping in between. So,
Now our executive to give us a clue to service, you see, and if not, that's my observation.
To support you on that.
On the borrowing power, I think it will be 190. So, but you cannot say you'll use the 100 or cooperative bank, as this year is only 190,000, according to this report.
Says 500,000.
Yeah.
Then we can get 1.5 million. Sure.
But according to
that's for asset development. But so does it therefore mean that that vision of ours, because in Cusco's where either we get 3 million shillings, or put it in Kimisito where I'll get 7, because that's what we want to do.
You can use the expectation, but it's good to tell you what you'll get.
We're going to buy land and develop it. Yeah. Now, that is supposed to be to form, and now I want to put up a facility worth 5 million shillings. I want to go to Cusco or whoever who can give me 5 million shillings. A certain percentage of your...
Whereby you do some savings separate. Are we together? Your asset, the current assets that you have will be higher than this. Because it's like you are in your first year of operation. Get more members. In 2-3 years.
No matter where you reach.
Yeah, that's the rule from the commissioner. Commissioner, before you are given any loan anywhere. Document. Yes, yes.
3 times your
savings. That's on...
subject to borrowing power.
Yes. Money that is not approved by the commissioner. 25% of your asset. An example,
yes.
Like in the housing product, will not to us. You want to build. We check at that parcel of land, it's 300,000. They repay.
So our interest, Barbara, is good you're here.
Of land, or you want to buy. You are going to buy and do construction. So which means you are going to have
borrowing power. You have to take into account that goal we have. For your 5 times, or go to somebody who can give us 7.
An official invitation to all members so that we can participate in that meeting, calling for the setting of the power unit, and also discussing this other second of development, because apparently we will not use members' savings to develop. So I think if we do this now, it will probably use our. That's my concern.
Okay.
On top of Victor's concern, I would say we need to put our house in order before we do anything.
It's only in an AGM that you can set the borrowing power. So if you don't do it today, you'll do it next year when you are doing your borrowing power, when you are doing your AGM. Or you'll have an SGM some 3-4 months' time. So it's today or next year.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Barbara. And also, take note that borrowing power is something that you set annually in each and every financial year, each and every AGM. So you fail to do it today, you organize for an SGM in 90 days to set it, which will incur other expenses. Because the SGM and the AGM will incur almost similar expense to organize it. So, still have another reaction?
I just wanted to assure the members that it does not mean mean that if we set the borrowing power to 5 million, then the members are going to borrow that 5 million. The executive is going to borrow 5 million today. We must, that is our target. We are going to set a target from today that we want to reach 5 million shillings. To reach 5 million, we must save 1 million. And then we start planning, how do we reach that? You must have a target. If you don't have a target, then it's like failing to plan, and that's just planning to fail.
I think Ishmael is also has a concern. Ishmael, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's part of the putting the house together, man, that we were talking about. Just give us time. There's no rush because Barbara mentioned that we have a lot of things to do. I don't know if I was the only one to see that she has a lot of issues. Not her herself, but then right? You have membership issues, and okay, what are we borrowing for? You don't just borrow without knowing where the money is going into, what we're going to do, what the team of Pesani Nade, completely price of therapy and all that. So that's why we are, I mean, for me, as a person, I'm one of the poorest savers of that side.
Can I also add something?
Allow me to put my ideas out there.
Thank you, members.
I think we need some time to figure out, okay, what are we borrowing for? Where are we at?
So thank you, Ismail. Ismail, thank you. So thank you. So members, I want to bring to our attention two things. And probably Mr. Mboya here and Barbara will help me. Initially, before all this, there has been many changes in the cooperative world. But one of the canonic beliefs in Sacco is that a member should not come to borrow na apate ya kwamba Sacco haina pesa ya kumfanyia nini. See, that is ya kwamba the Sacco, a member who has been saving with you consistently na fulfill all the requirements, haifai akuje na Sacco haina vile itampatia pesa. And that is the reason why there was this thing of borrowing ya kwamba you can actually borrow. Because today, like Barbara has put it, our asset is 700,000. Is made up of 700,000 savings ya members. Put that times 3. Because you are supposed to give a member times 3. Sindio? So it means our Sacco capacity yake inafaa ipeane 2.1 million. Today, we only have 700,000. The much we can borrow based on what we are being told, the commissioner will give, we are able to borrow 200,000. To mean, we can only advance to members 700 plus 200,000. That is how much? 900,000. Now Barbara ametuambia hapa, one of the motivations is we increase our members. We are increasing them, na kuna mahali ambao akikuja na save, hauna pesa ya kumfanyia nini? Now this thing that we are now in a straight jacket, that we actually have no money to lend to members. That is what now I want us to actually talk about. Because we had two things. We have the cell groups who are motivated to save and to buy property. And we can actually agree on where to put those monies. But we also have individual members who are in their own businesses. So, 1,000, we have a right, and that is why we exist. We need to give that member pay. Leo hii, sisi hatuna pesa,
wale tulidhania wanaweza tupatia pesa, wanatuambia kuna borrowing power. Hiyo borrowing power pia, it has been brought to our attention, it is only 200,000. I'm actually
Yes, so I believe members you've been guided, and at least now you have a hint of what a borrowing power is.
Yes, I understand Eric that we want to give us loans and everything. But I think we are going to find ourselves in a niche. My focus will be this. Once we have good money, then we can start talking about, okay, how do we put our structures for lending, for loans and everything. Why don't we just
That's a good suggestion.
by the time end of 2025, we want to have 4 million, 5 million about development and loans, facilities. But we're giving out 700,000 where are we going to get? I rest my case.
On top of that, you can bring your wives, bring one, bring two.
Mel and Victor, so what is your suggestion on the borrowing power? Do you want to fix it or you want to defy it? The choice is to the members.
Thank you. Is based on the audit report that we are trying to work on. The auditor audited our is depending on the audit report. If we wait, what I'm saying is, whatever we are talking about here is the savings of members. We have not started saving for the. Whatever we are doing here is for the savings from members, which is not allowed to take any knee on the assets. So if we are savings for members, and we have to fix the borrowing power today, it's 200. That is depending on the account, on the audit report. And if we have to, we start a different account, which is not the savings account for members. Say, audit, no, I mean, what's this? The member has explained to us. So if we want to talk about the assets, we have to start a different account from the savings account we are having now. For the members, and we have to set the borrowing power now, depending on the audit report. Because I think the member said audit report is what is taken back to the commissioner to approve that borrowing power we want. That's what I wanted to add. Members should understand that the account we are talking about as assets is not in this one. So we have to start a different account, start saving there. When we reach a point where we want to get the loan, that different account, not this savings account.
Members, let's understand some 3 things that you have to do in every AGM, like today. Number 1 is the borrowing power. Number 2 is to choose your banker. Number 3, you have to choose who will do your report next year for the audit. Those must be done in every AGM. You can't wait to put your house in order or anything. Those are for today. Yeah, we'll be coming back next year. Because when you're doing it, the cooperative officer has to be there and the auditor has to be there. So which means, yeah.
Right now we are in the 1st June, which means 3 months from now for us now the SGM is in
September. Yes. So, and it does not mean to pass the borrowing power, you are going to borrow any money. This is just something that is required for the document. I hope he's understanding that. Yeah, there's nothing that they are going to borrow. It does not mean that maybe you'll say Barbara wants them to go and borrow. No, I'm a lady from this village, so there's no, I can't push you to something that I know it's not yet time for. So today we are going to get a banker. If it's KCB, it's cooperative bank that you are going to go on with it, that's what we are going to go on with. You are going to choose your auditor for next year. If it's for the private or it's for the county, you are going to choose for today. Number one, you have to get us a borrowing power, either 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, even 10 million, whatever that you are going to tell us today. We have to get the proposer and seconder. If we have them several, like 10 or 5, you'll vote. Then we get the highest. Sawa sawa.
Thank you so much. I think you have been guided on that. But if you don't want to do it, I will not force you. But it is upon you. Yes. So we had one proposal of 5 million from you. Or you had, it was just aligning the thinking. Okay. So can we get suggestions for the borrowing power? So yes, proposed 5 million. Anybody seconding that? Yes. Yeah, a seconder is there. And based on that figure, based on your report, it does not mean the commission is going to approve that 5 million. The certificate might come with a very different figure. Yes. So you just put it as a legal requirement that you have to do it during an AGM. Yes. So we have a proposal of 5 million and seconded. People in the diaspora, anybody with a proposal? We have got Victor. Thank you. Thank you. And also, let me. Yes, okay. Let me help you on this. Ishmael, kindly. Okay, I think majority of you are from here in the village, Cindy. You've heard of a project being run by World Bank called CDP. Yeah. It is supporting farmers through cooperatives. And right now, like in areas where we don't have SACCOs within a ward, we are creating a SACCO there. The finance is being channeled to farmers through a SACCO. And in their mode of disbursing this money, we have got the loan and we have got the grant. So with your 250,000, I doubt if you are selected, if you happen to be lucky to be onboarded on the project, will you succeed for the grant? Now those are the things that we have. And now another thing also, tunajua grant nile pesa urudishi, si ndio? But there are those donors who come, like there's another one called Farm Africa. They're giving matching grant. With a matching grant, you have, if you are being given 10 million, you must have, yes, you must have something in the account. Now, if your account is less with around 2, they told you they want 2 million in the account and you're having 1.5. You need to borrow around 500,000 so that you can match to benefit from the 10 million. How will you do it with the 250,000? So now let us just, if you want to develop as a people, netasema tukue serious. So we have got two proposals. We are going to vote on the suggestions, so no problem. Okay, we are having a third one.
Yes, let's have one person at a time. Yes, Eric.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
contributing now, also saw John saying something. I may not know what really was said before, but I just want to, share my thoughts because I'm also a member. And even though we want to align with the regulatory, some of the regulatory requirements, we also need to just understand our demographics, like the composition of the society, the majority, what are they doing, what are their ages, or where do they get their money? So understanding ourselves should be able to help us achieve what we're discussing right now. If we vote and we don't understand ourselves, the majority, we will not really solve the problem, even if we say yes to something now. If we share the idea, like we discuss it later, just like some of the members have proposed, I think they're just saying that because of the risks that are involved in terms of finances. And this is where we really want the divergence of the Sacco's specialists, like the gentleman and the lady in our midst, to try to help us. That even as Rita says, we need to share this idea. It's not just saying that because it doesn't want big monies into our people's hands. Sure, if there is can be easily or can be amicably, handled and taken care of on behalf of ourselves. That said, like it might say, you need to avoid the action to take, like what is these monies that are given. Some other people are enjoying, some other regions are enjoying, farmers are enjoying. I believe they're not just farmers that are being targeted. Maybe farmers are targeted because maybe because maybe farming sustainability elements, but even people who are doing the marketing and stuff. What about the some of the ways that we are able to understand. So that is now takes us back to understanding ourselves. Like if we are 100 of us and some of us are not able to align with family. More people in the Manani, they're not really making sense. But if majority are doing the family thing, yes, that's okay. But if it is farming, collective farming, I'm just saying these things randomly. I know some of them. I'm just saying if there are ways to better. And what do we find? If we say it's 200 and it's 100 advantages,
Thanks, Eric. Can I also add something to what Eric has said? I was just thinking about it. Sani Indiana wagolo 300 shillings every week. Barbara Bendewachoni, we need to have two separate accounts. One is for member savings and another for development. And it's on this development that we can then use to borrow money or loan manyalo bedo as a sacco asset. Angowa mono wa beri wa wini deka manaka members to wawachi ni esling miadek mangato golo juma ka jumani. Why can't we take 50 shillings to go to the development account and 250 to go to the person's savings account? Mondoka the kata wangeo matatu, kata watimango. I think that's how we should go. But what do borrowing limit ka indika na 5 million. And then ero wakabe koro chule do bedo matata. Mano wadi keto gimaber. Gimaber seche moko iketo nyithindwa pod nitiere nyikwa wa pod mana cham. That would be sure. Kikwadi urupio pio to bro kelo a lot of confusion, a lot of disagreement. Nikech kada kodwa pass the borrowing limit sani. To pass this information to them, mondo gingeni next AGM ngato ka ngato nyaka bedi. Ngato ka ngato nyaka bedi. Or kata ka waluongo another special AGM, to ngato ka ngato nyaka bedi or gi representative mare. Mondo gima bedo kalo part of it. Otherwise, wabro yudore in a very quagmire. Ma bro chako kelo legal ramifications. I don't think we want to face. Kor wadia dia urumos. Onge gimose ketore, but wadia dia urumos. Watata ugir moso wakelo urumo members in. Manaka kana wacho ni gise nyombo kel jaodi. Kini ginyitino kata nyikwayo madongo ruak gika. Mondo once we become more members, iyo haba na haba. Wabro manani in a year we can even collect 7-8 million. Okbitamo. But kwa wachako ringo gi liabilities to wabro hinyore. Ero kamano.
Ewi kanye adwa chuo matin Victor daktari. Emo mena wacho ni meanwhile time when we put the house together as Obanda Sacco, right? And then when you log in, we figure things out together, and then Kadala membership registration, mar membership also came up and all that. So that's part of like keeping getting the house together. So I don't think we are in so much in a rush because out of the report man or some the members now we save but they're not fully membership chapoges chulo fully samoronti sorry to say this samoronti jokma join and bora no chulo Martin cha mondo ka go loan then koroka loan we'll end up in the whole village is auctioned. We might get ourselves yeah.
So I think your points have been taken, so let's bring it back here.
Okay, thank you so much, members. Okay, thank you members who are joining us online. We have heard your reactions, and I think for ease borrowing power is a regulatory requirement. It is not a must that if you set this figure, you are going to borrow it to 50 million as proposed, but you find yourself that the risk of setting a like to 50,000, the lower figure is that perhaps you qualified what the commissioner would have approved based on your position is higher than that opportunity to benefit from it. And on the other side, not setting the borrowing power. In case you fall short of finances in between before the next year, your hands are tied. You cannot go back to do it. Based, typically as we speak right now, SGM to sit and fix the borrowing power to transact the agenda that has been left pending today will be in 3 months' time. That one is in November. And at the end of the year, you will not be able to do it again. So you will have to wait until next AGM for you now to have a substantive borrowing power. So fixing this figure today, you're not going to borrow. Perhaps the way Madam Barbara guided, you can fix the borrowing power, you go to borrow even 50,000 if you have set to 50, but the bank tells, based on our analysis and your position, we can only give you 30. So it is not that they are going to borrow that figure. That figure, it is just widening the range that you can access from external borrowers. So that is what it is. So we have already had 2 suggestions on the borrowing power. If there is none, then vote on the 2 to decide on which figure is the borrowing power for the society. But if you so wish that majority does not want to fix the borrowing power today, we will leave it untransacted. Now it is to the members. And those who are joining us online, kindly, if you have the chance to react, take maximum 2 minutes to react or to put your point across so that we save on time. Thank you. I can see Paul Rose is under. Then we close this agenda on borrowing power. We vote to get the figure. Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Number one, what is called borrowing power? I don't know what does it mean. Is it my potential to borrow from the Sacco or Sacco to borrow from other banks? So just clarify that. Number two, if it's a matter of the Sacco borrowing from other institutions, I think the role man leadership or consult, okay, fine, if the potential of the Sacco to borrow from other institutions, then now we agree how much we actually place as our limit. Nikechukua discuss maybe maybe the borrowing my potential to borrow from Obanda West Sacco, and maybe on your end, you feel need something else from the Obanda West Sacco borrowing from an institution. Then what are we borrowing for? If it's Obanda West Sacco, do we have a plan? Maybe want to do one of these things you want to borrow some resources to actually that. So we just
tutaenda hivyo round.
Okay, thank you so much. Eric.
No. Majority. So just go ahead and ask your question.
Mara is very short. Kaka in conversant Sacco and related activities mag Saccote ingeyo. You've seen our books. You've seen us. You know us now. You cannot say you don't know us. And you cannot ask us a question that you really don't understand, because you should know us through our books, not by our names or what we do. Books wago. Where else have you had a meeting like this, or which Sacco have you dealt with Mantiegi the same figures Mawangogo, the challenges Mawantirego, the dynamics Mawango, and they have set a borrowing power that is really working for them. Why don't you just give us an indicative, a functioning indicative a figure?
I think Your question on whether it is the SACCO borrowing or it is the members borrowing. Borrowing power is the ability of the SACCO to borrow from external borrowers. So, on your question on the SACCOs that I've dealt with, yes, I've handled so many. The SACCOs position than you. And they have set figures. The figure you are setting today, it is not the figure that is going to work, because based on the analysis of the commissioner's team, they are going to give you a figure which is going to match your society. So the figure that has been proposed, and I think earlier on Madam Barbara told you, typically from the side of the financiers, that based on your position, she quoted a figure that you can get from an institution. So setting your borrowing power today, you can choose a figure that is not extravagant, is not so high for the society. Like typically, if I may guide you, if I was to decide for you which one is the borrowing power, the range that I would give you is not something more than 5 million and not less than. So you can align your thinking in that direction. So the commissioner, based on the status of the society and his economic team, they will approve for you a borrowing power which that one is addressed. So we can carry on and transact the agenda. If there is a proposal from the diaspora, you can put your proposal, the last proposal, then we vote which one it is.
One more question before we vote.
Okay.
Who holds the liability for what the SACCO borrows?
Who?
Indemnity.
Even before we got to the borrowing, yes, we can borrow for SACCO, but who holds the liability?
The SACCO.
So this is why we are saying it. We would rather wait on this and agree together as Obanda collectively, talk about that this is what we are going to set up. Otherwise, until going one.
Okay, thank you so much.
Now, allow me to mention this team. You know, you guys have entrusted the leadership of this SACCO at the moment with your resources, and so far, I believe we've managed the resources we have so well. My concern is just this. We are not borrowing. So I think your fears really about the borrowing. If we get to a point when now we'll need to borrow, I think now the setting our house in order that in the next meetings that we'll have, especially leadership in different levels, because we also need to have supervisory team. These that are required should be put in place. And before any group or any sub-committee or any team does anything, it has to be done in consultation. Therefore, the borrowing power, it doesn't mean now we are going to borrow. We might even go another 10 years without. Here we'll still be setting a borrowing power. So I think we should not debate too much on this.
Okay, thank you so much. You've been guided, and if he has brought, the secretary has brought it clear, your fears, I can guarantee in the second agenda that we are going to transact after this. So yes. So I think we can vote on this agenda, then we move to the next agenda. So we have a proposal of 250. 250. Yes. So how many are for 5 million? When those were in the
and where they get you 250?
21. Okay. So we have got 25. Okay. Those who are for the 250, raise your hands, even those who are in the diaspora. Borrowing power for the society has been set at 5 million. So we are moving to our next agenda. Our next agenda is appointment of the society auditor. When we are appointing the auditor, you propose whether it is a private auditor or a government auditor only. Yes, a proposal. We have a proposal for a government auditor name.
But before we go to that,
yes.
If it is government, what is that? If it is private, what is that? Like the one that did this one, government or private?
Private.
This one is private. What is involved really? Because you really want to know the government to do it, and then sometimes.
Okay. Okay. The difference between the government auditors and the private auditor, number one, it is on the fees that they charge. The government fees, they are determined by the commissioner. So it is something you can verify the amounts you are supposed to pay. The second, government auditors, they are authorized, they are licensed to do that. In practice or in auditing, in cooperative auditing specifically, the auditors who are doing the cooperative books, including the private ones, they have to be authorized by the commissioner. Each and every year, the commissioner publishes the names of authorized cooperative auditors. So if a private auditor does your books and is not an authorized cooperative auditor, he will not register your audits. Like if I look at your audits, they are not registered. Which means the auditor haiwezi peleka hizi vitabu anywhere. If it is registered, it is either SASRA or the commissioner. If on the page carrying the balance sheet, it has got the seal of the commissioner. If it is SASRA, it has got the stamp of SASRA. That is when your audits have been registered. The government auditors, they are at the county government too. Every year. So every year what we do, when the audit period is near, the county will release a circular for the societies to submit. So during that period, you will get a notification that you are supposed to submit your books for auditing. So you'll bring them to the county offices for audits. Now you can vote. He proposed the government auditor. Yes, now you say your name and he notes. Okay. Any other proposal from diaspora? Okay, that one we rest, that agenda. The next, yes. Yes.
Now that you have said this audited report of ours is not
it's not registered.
You can't use it anywhere.
You can't use it anywhere.
What are we do with it?
You'll have to redo the audit.
Yeah, because it's like for all the years that you didn't do audit, you'll have to include it.
Yes.
It's not.
You will have to redo the work.
So that it goes to the commission?
Yes. You will just... No, you have the records.
They have the records, huh?
Yes.
For the years. But now, as for this year, it's like we came for the AGM illegally.
Yes. I'll guide you in the process. Because even by nature, I spoke with the chairman yesterday, and when he told me that it is not registered, I knew I was AGM. It should just be members meeting here, we are doing education and going our way. But it is not your fault because yes, tutatengeneza. Haya. Our next agenda, indemnity figure. Fixing the indemnity amount. Indemnity amount in this context is the amount that the leaders you will elect will sign against, that in case they of negligence of duty while they are in office, they are held solely liable. So even if they go and borrow that 5 million and it disappears, they are liable. So, so it is the members to propose the indemnity figure that the leaders will. Ismail, kindly mute yourself. If you have a concern and you are online, kindly just raise your hand and I'll give you the opportunity.
I think they need to hear what is this indemnity.
Yes.
I'll carry my hand.
Yes.
You explain more than that. No matter
Okay. Thank you. So it is a requirement in the law that all the both the management and the supervisory, they sign an indemnity form of negligence of duty where they're in office. They are held solely liable for the losses that the society has incurred. Now when signing this indemnity, see, we all have insurance. It is an amount is involved. So when you are setting this indemnity amount for the leaders, I usually advise that even from the basic principle of insurance, that you cannot insure more than what you have. Cindy. So when we are fixing our indemnity figure for an amount that the society is most likely, yes, the society is likely to lose in the next financial year. It is also something that we'll be doing annually in each and every AGM. As you do election, you fix the amount. So today, you have got your financial statements, you've gone through it. Based on your judgment, you can propose and set a realistic figure for the officials that will be elected. Okay. You either use what you have as per the audit report or the projected, yes, the projections for. So you can use the most current figures that they have projected. That is what the society is most likely to lose in case of any eventualities. So you can think in that line and suggest figures. So I can see, let me start with the diaspora. Eric, I can see your hand is up. You can unmute and give your proposal.
Thank you so much. If what you just said is anything to projections, and just before propose, bise yudori bise bedo experience ma, I mean bise bedo any issues in your career.
Okay, thank you. In my practice, generally in Kisumu, to say this, most circles are non-compliant, but in my a circle with indemnity issues, where the leaders signed indemnity and there was a loss, yes. But that one is outside Kisumu. I was called in as a legal person to guide them on how to issues to resolve the dispute. So I've dealt with that and I know how it is being handled. In Kisumu County, most of the societies have not been performing. And this is a section that Kisumu County and the officers have never enforced. But now under the new regime, Immediately we finalize the election process, I'm going to give the indemnity form and the wealth declaration form, because it is also in law that all elected cooperative officials sign a wealth declaration. For those who are in the public service, the form is not different from that in the public service. The same form that you are signing against. And if, yes, and if any leader is not willing to sign the indemnity and the wealth declaration form, you step down. Yes. If the wealth declaration form, you step aside. No. Also, there is a body of VSCC handling cooperative issues. They are the ones who are the custodians of these indemnity forms and the wealth declaration forms. Yes. Yes. So I think now even the fear of the members of borrowing 5 million is being addressed. Yes, it is being handled. We are changing the landscape. So you can, if you don't do it, it is up to the members, because in cooperative, the power belongs to the members. You can give your proposals. Yes, Eric, I can see your hand is still up. Now you can carry on with the proposal.
Directly. I propose Mandwadiki.
Just quote the figure.
What is our projection? Our treasurer can just help me. I don't know right now. For the period ending 2025.
Projection. Yes. So Eric has proposed 2 million. Seconding that, he has proposed 2 million. Can we get a second? Anybody in the diaspora to second that? Okay, if there is no seconder, we rest. Yes, we have a proposal.
Of our net income, our total income, and that's 300,000. And in practice, even if you look, is always on the lower side, so that the officials. What it means is that should there be a loss of somewhere, then the officials will be liable to that amount by law. But if you put 2 million shillings, surely, where do you expect Eric?
Okay, thank you. We have a proposal of 300,000. Any seconder? See, you comment after we have got a seconder.
What I just want to say, just very simple. When we put a small amount for indemnity, we are going to put it something that anybody can, let me just do it, I'll pay.
Setting the indemnity figure, let's say you have set the indemnity figure at 300,000. That has occurred is 2 million or even 10 million. Inquiry will determine the magnitude of loss, and the official who is found to be liable, the whole responsibility individually, or they will carry it collectively as the entire board if they colluded. Yes, that is the essence of it. You can just suggest the figure. So you seconded 2 million or the 300,000. Okay. your name so that you can note. The proposal, the last proposal for the indemnity figure. If there is no any other proposal, then we can say the indemnity figure is 300,000 because the 2 million did not get second. Yes. So, I think now we are progressing well. We are done with that one. The auditor. Now we are coming to the bank. We already have our bank, which is cooperative. Appoint another banker, or you can choose to retain cooperative. So that one is also a question to the members, appointing of a bank. We can get a proposal.
But in the inception meeting, it is only
Okay. It is not only copy. It is at the discretion of the society. Tell you why most prefer cooperative is because cooperative in itself is a cooperative society.
It's one of the apex bodies.
Yeah, it is one of the apex bodies of the cooperatives. And primarily, huko kitambo, most banks were dealing with societies as a company. So cooperative will deal with you based on the cooperative principles and values. Cooperative bank, yes. So you can either choose to change or retain. So unanimously agree somebody to propose and to second. That is and do it.
I propose we retain.
Thank you. Seconder? Yes, Moses has seconded. Now, I think now that one brings us to our last agenda, where we are going to elections. Now to elect the office bearers.
You have not.
Oh. Okay. Sorry for that. I think now we have come to our last actions from the office bearers letter or the comments of the elections. When we are conducting elections for the society, we elect two bodies. We have got the management committee and the supervisory committee. Than 5 members and not more than 9. The supervisory committee. You get it? So when we are doing the elections, I think the method usually have the secret ballot, which for your case you don't have.
I just wanted to know how, or has there been any since we started this Sacco? Propose that we retain these people.
Okay. Thank you. But we don't do it that way. we don't do it that way. Yes. So, the method we are going to use for election is that it will be seconded. If you are doing the management committee, you propose more than 9 people, we will subject them to an election, where we'll do it in a very simple way. If the name has been proposed and there are more than 9, I'll read the name. Out of them, the first 9 will be the office bearers. From there, minutes to elect their chairman, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. We only have 3 persons. The chair, where the proposals are more than 3, we will subject them to the same nature of election. After we have elected all these members, rotation rule, so that we allow for re-election subsequent AGMs. Because the law states that in each and every financial year, at least a third of the office bearers must be a re-election. So I think if we don't take much time, or if there is any reaction from online or from on election, you can raise it before we dive into the process. So, okay, can unmute Eric.
Eric, unmute and speak.
I just want to propose. We are proposing, right?
Yes. We are. Read Martin, wait for guidance.
Any other comment before we go into the proposals from?
You're the returning officer?
Yes, I'm the returning officer. Okay. So I think now you can give. So you will note the name, proposer, seconder.
Kamano, once again. Oyena propose. Sani wa deal gi chair. Kusanya lo propose the entire office.
Okay, okay, the guidance is this. And it is not a secret ballot. We are not electing a chairman, a secretary, or that. You are proposing 9 members to be in the management practice. I'll advise the maximum number is the best for best practice, because in scenarios only 5 members, and let's say the 5 members, one there or has passed away, unfortunately, that one will force you to go back to an SGM in order to install another signatory. That one you cannot co-opt to fill that position. And also for best decision making, where the membership is only 5 and we are having 4 signatories, and the same also can apply to where there are 7. So for 9, the non-signatories have the power when it comes to decision making over figure that I can advise you to have in each and every board, management board.
Enlighten us on under other common groups you find the chair, vice, and blah blah blah, so they are fine. But if there are 9,
okay. Okay, when we are proposing the board, we propose the board collectively, the 9 of them. There we don't know. Now under that board, we have got subcommittees. The 4, we call them the executive committee. Those signatories committee, which comprise of 3 members. We have got, for your we have got the credit committee, which is comprised also from 3 members within the board. So all other members within the board, they will be absorbed into the subcommittees. Each will have a role to play. No, we love the subcommittees, and you can create this subcommittee further based on the need of the society. If you are a SACCO, you must have that credit committee. and Education Committee. No. Supervisory is not there. Supervisory is an independent body. Oh, education. Yes, education. And then others that you can based on the need of the society. Yes. So when you are doing your proposal, you'll propose 9 members or more, and we subject them to election if there are more than 9 into that management committee. After you have proposed the chair, vice chair, treasurer, and the secretary. The subcommittees we are going to create later. So, okay. So Eric, you can propose.
Okay, so we're gonna propose one, or I can. I'll propose Eric Oyugi.
Okay, thank you. He has proposed Eric. Seconded. Another proposal from the members. And you say proposing. Okay. Yeah. Weekly for the war. Ogola. Okay. Weekly for. Okay. Your secretary, you are quick. Okay. Aye. Next proposal. Seconded by? Seconder? Those who are in the diaspora, you can raise your hands. I'm monitoring as well. If you have a proposal, you can. And let us also be gender sensitive. Yes. Weekly for goal. Okay. Another proposal.
The diaspora.
Eric, you still have a chance to propose again.
Seconder.
Okay. Eric, you can propose. I can see your hand. Elizabeth who?
Mwakagono Baba, Elizabeth is not a member of the Sacco. I know the Elizabeth you are referring to. How many?
Proposal? Yes, you will. Proposal. Your own proposal. Yes. Yes, proposed. Yes, seconded. Yes. How many are there? How many want to spend that? 6. You also have a proposal?
Proposal is similar to what?
Okay. You are thinking the same.
I wanted to request Sioni Nairobi chapter. We needed to have them also, and yes. Kisumu chapter. Huh? Oh. Yes. Just a minute. Yeah. So the remaining needs to be ladies. Yeah.
I'm a Kusongi Rosa Chuji. She's a teacher for the diaspora.
Okay.
Okay. Any seconder? The proposal?
I'm proposing meeting Nyongesa.
Nyongesa.
Seconder?
Yeah, seconded. There are 9. You ca if he, there are 8. Mata Yogi.
Uloko gini marot ya.
Who is seconded?
No seconder.
You are seconded.
No seconder.
Your name?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of
okay.
meeting, you know, they proposed my wife.
The committee. Okay. Okay. Should I give guidance? Should I give guidance?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
You know, you propose Martha and Martha is.
That is.
The other thing, the other concern is also there. He was proposed, but he wants to stand down for Rosna for the our treasure. The Madam Waki. Is it possible?
Yes, let me give guidance. Let me give guidance on that before we proceed. Let me give guidance on this before we proceed. Yes, there is, you can stand down, it is allowed. And now on the issue of family, spouses, I think it will be if they are in the other, we still have a supervisory to come. Or, but it is for the members to decide. Yes, it is for the members to decide. I cannot stamp authority that they cannot, because the Lord has not barred them. Yes, the Lord has not barred them. But if they feel that they will not be able to serve, because what we are doing, we are electing an office which is going to serve you. If you feel you will not deliver as per your mandate, then you can stand down. You can stand down. Yes. So she has stand down. Yes. Caroline Ogola.
You proposed. It's a suggestion or a proposal?
A proposal.
Seconder.
Seconder? Okay. How many are we having?
9.
There are 9. Do you want to proceed?
But then there's that guidance you're given, eh?
Yes.
Some spouses are the same. Out of the 9, there's spouses. Eh? There's one spouse. There's one couple.
Which one?
She has stepped down.
There was only one.
Okay, just call out the names.
Call out the names.
No, read the names.
Read
just
the
read
names.
the 9 names.
Eric Oyugi, Robbins Ucheng Odeyo, Wycliffe Ogola, Walter Kasoni, Harry Olano, Caroline Ojowo, Rose Mondi Achuch, Mary Nyongesa, Caroline Ogola.
Those are the names.
Caroline Ojowo?
Yes. Okay, there's one you missed, but it's okay now.
They are 9.
So we have got those names proposed into the management. You can carry on and do more proposals if you have. Yes, you have a...
Madam Chair, for the Sumo chapter, I'm standing down for Rose.
Is her in the list?
Rose who?
Rose Nasubu.
Is her in the list?
Rose Nasubu. She's the acting treasurer. The acting treasurer.
Rose Nasubu. you're proposing Ross.
You are proposing Ross.
And I'm second.
You are seconding.
Harry, you are seated there.
Order. Let us proceed. So we have the 9 proposals. Yes, it is good to lobby, but now I'm trying to keep it simple so that we can get a solution. But now naona tunafika mali we are going to tighten it. Because if I request them to march out, are they present? Okay. Okay, for these, we'll step in for them. But in your next meeting, I will not be lenient. So we've had them. Do we finalize with the supervisory also? So that, they go out together? So in the supervisory, we need 3 individuals. But now I'm tough on the supervisory. I'm not here in Nyakach. It is them who are here. They are my eyes. Yes. Even if the management collude to eat your 5 million and they are taken to court, you will not be clean. You will be the first people to be jailed. Because you have supervisory management hawatatengeneza an audit committee. You are. So in the supervisory team, we need technical guys. Yes, watu mahesabu kidogo wanaelewa hii budget na hizi vitu zinasomwa hapa. Those are the people we need in the supervisory. So that you cannot be told this thing is 10% of this, na hiyo 10% you cannot get it. Yes. Those are the people I need in the supervisory. 3. At least 2 of them must be technical persons. Yes.
Now, can we propose members who are not really here at the moment, but maybe someone is here?
Yes, those who are in the diaspora, they are present. You can propose them. Yes. They are participating equally and giving. Those who sent apologies, they are counted as present because they are aware of the meeting and all that is being, which is the proposals for the supervisory team. Wacha nikuwe gender sensitive. Ladies first. Alfred. Seconded.
Excuse me. Help me as you do that. I need to write them down. So
yes.
If you propose, either you shout your name or I capture that. So who proposed Alfred?
Okay. Another proposal. Nani hajaongea kabisa? Okay, huyu seconder name Michael Manyala. The last proposal. Is there any other proposal? There is another proposal. Moses Ouma. There now we have got 4. We are going to go to a election.
He surprised Musa.
Seconded by? Okay. Thank you. I don't know if they are with us. They are following. Okay. Ishmael, I can see you are trying to say something. Ishmael,
speaking. Ishmael, could you come again, please?
Or step down.
Yeah, step down. So there we are also having 3.
No, for year Pinta you propose. Yes, sir. So Ishmael was set down for. Tell Ishmael Moses had already been elected. No, they are 4, but they should be 3.
Yes. So I think that one is okay. Now we are having 3. Read out the names. Where a member is not present, whoever is standing in, you will master the name of the person you are standing in for.
So, should I start with the
management? Yes. Akisoma tu na
Eric Oyugi.
Present, sir.
Wiki Kogola. Walter Kasoli. Harry Olano. Harry. So, okay. Harry, let me just close that so that it doesn't have. So let me just close it out. Okay, so you're somebody to step in for Carol. Is presented. Yeah. Mary Nyongesa. Caroline Ogola. Sugo. And lastly, Robin.
Supervisory also to work.
Alfred Adongo. Eric Olwach. And you remember, you give me work, Moses Ouma. Mama Supervisory, the
3 of them. Ndio naweka. Si ukuje unisaidie.
Gracias.
Members, I'm not in there. Now we are back, and those who are in the diaspora, I think now you can get us. Our commercial break is over. We have got the new office bearers for the next financial year. The management committee, we have got Eric Oyugi as the chair, and his term limit in office is 2 years. Will be subjected to a re-election after that. The vice chair is Caroline Ojo, 1 year. Secretary is Robin Odio, 1 year. Wycliffe Ogola is the treasurer, 2 years in office. We have got Walter Kasoli, 3 years. We have got Rose Omondi, 1 year. We have got Mary Nyongesa, 3 years. We have Caroline Ogola, 3 years, and we have Rose Nasugo, 2 years. Those are the officials in the management committee. who will be running the day-to-day operations of your SACCO. You have heard them, you know them, Cindy. They are the team you will be working with. I think later they will share with you in your platform the subcommittees and their respective members and leaders. That one is the education subcommittee and the credit committee. So, now coming to the supervisory team. In the supervisory, we have got Alfred Adongo, 1 year as the chair. Then we have got Moses Opasa as the secretary, is in the office for 3 years. Then we have got Eric Olwach as a member of the supervisory for 2 years. So when your tenure lapses, you are still eligible for re-election. But now that one will depend on how well you will serve the members. Yes, they are still eligible for re-election. Yes, the position becomes vacant after 1 year. So when we meet in the next AGM, we will not be electing the whole body. We will only be filling the 3 positions in the management and 1 position in the supervisory. So I declare those are the results of your elections, and they are the officials who are going to serve this SACCO for the next financial year. So without any further ado, allow me just to make simple remarks, or I give it now to the incoming chairman. It happens that he's also the outgoing chairman. I'll do my remarks, then welcome him to do his remark, and welcome Barbara and the team, and then they will close over. So in my remarks, I just want to give a very simple remark that the success of a SACCO does not depend on the leaders. The success of a SACCO depends on the commitment and dedication of the members. You have heard from the borrowing powers. What determines the borrowing power is the asset base of the society. And for you to have a strong or higher asset base, members must pull up their socks and do their savings, take loans. You cannot just save without taking loans. You also have to take loans and patronize your SACCO fully. Time has gone much, and we would have had a long session of education. But now that one is passed now to the management team, the new office. They can organize that one. I can see you are a digital team. Wherever we are, we can have an education as soon as members wish. And the greatest part of it is that if you fully comply to these bylaws, you will never have issues in your SACCO. Just get to know the law, and it is a requirement for any member who is not having a copy of this bylaw. You have no business being in the SACCO. This is the number 1 requirement document that every member is entitled to have, but you're not going to have it for free. There is a production cost, Cindy. Yes. So all the members, let them try their best to have the copies of the bylaw, and I believe what I plan to take you through today was the proposed cooperative bill, which is in Parliament, so that you can acquaint yourself with the changes that are in it. But for purposes of time, we will not do that one today. Otherwise, I wish all of you the best, and in this journey, we are going to work together. This is the foundation of success for our own people. We are not doing it for ourselves. We are doing it even to the generations to come. So I want to close it there and welcome the incoming chairman. He can do both. We had done the report for when he was the chairman. Now he can give his remarks and welcome our visitors to speak to us. Thank you, Chair.
I'll request Alfred just to come and sit here. Allow me to thank you, members, for the confidence that you have given me to serve
in this financial period. And I welcome the new officials who are joining us for the first time. It is a challenge to us, and we know that there is work to be done. Sometimes when you get discouraged, there are people who react differently. Nitie ng'at ma kowinjo wach mogo chunye, to en kako dhi na kako timre nade, e kako dhi donge. But adwa ni wa react differently. Nikech Barbara kawuono go chunye, kong'iso ni wan pesa mwanya hola en siling 200,000 to wane wabiro ka kwang'e ni wanya holo milion adi abich. Koro adwa ni wa react, wamiye reaction mo mapok notimre nade. Mondo eno wacho ni 3 years down the line, wan wadwa ni next year kobiro ka, to neno gimopogre gi gima noneno kau, dong nyalore. Mondo mimano timre, I want to request members. Can each member get at least 5 people to become members of the Sacco? Wase neno gini kendo ang'e berne. Donge? I liked when Victor said ni those who are married to get their wives into this thing. Victor, I know the last time I spoke to you, you were married. And I hope you are still married. So I need to register Stephanie into this thing. Let us get our spouses, let us get our friends, and let us make this thing something else. I want to congratulate Kisumu chapter and Nairobi chapter. Please, let us do it the way we are doing it. Every week, I know Nairobi, every week they are doing 9,000. Kisumu, every week are doing 7,400. If you add those ones, that is 16,400. Donge? Can this thing even go to 30,000 every week? If we are able to do 30,000 every week, after 52 weeks, we are talking of 1.5 million. Barbara was very happy to hear that we have people in the diaspora, and she was silently saying, jo diaspora gibende gigolom na 300, mano penja silently. Ni jo diaspora ugolom na 300. Koro Barbara was saying, can this diaspora be the springboard for this Sacco? I know they are listening. Koro adwani Sacco ni wachako wuoth manyien, and we want to do great things. Kiko wuka ni Barbara go chunywa nikech ok wadhi yudo loan. Our interest is not loan. Our interest is what Alfred was actually talking about. In the next 1-2 years, will we be a different story? There was a time Clarkson Nyambok, no something in the wall Marabuao. How many remember? Neither is a Piki Sacco. I don't know whether it was in Central. Piki Sacco. Jopeng, donge. Masani nigi flats. Majitim renade. So iwinjo ni moro ni Kakamega, moro ni Kitengela, jomiluongo ni jango, jopeng, and it is through the Sacco. Koro wabende, let us think big. And finally, there are grants. Wawinjo ka Mboya was alluding to them, Barbara is alluding to them, and those are matching grants. Ni penjo waka bentie farmers e dier waka. Ntie jok ma pidho dhok minyiedho, ntie joma pidho nyanya, ntie joma pidho gwen, donge, ntie joma pidho mchele. Mariwa go to kapar, gi cotton. Koro, the 5 with a nice supply chain, gina beach go. Tokawa yudo jok manya miwa matching grant. Kenya miwa 2 million, to impimo mnani, sembe ipimo gi nyamin, donge? So if you have 2 million, timi itu Koro adwa penjo jogo mapidho jamni or pidho gik midwarogi. Ka koro chopo kuma ko idwa mi wawach kata ni wayiero agure. Agure idwa miye kata 1,200 donge? Tagure kingi account ne, ta account agure ridango 10,000. Koro agure omi pesa di. Manonge gimimi. Koro adwa ni jowa owuogo kong'eyo ni this sacco can actually change our lives. And the Kisis and the Kalenjins and the Kikuyus, one big secret, momiyo yudogi tek, ni they have really taken advantage of many of these opportunities mabiro through SACCOs, and they are running away with them. They are running away with them. In Kataki Neno Gikmingi Soga TV, a lot of them are actually Kisis, Kalenjins, and Kikuyus. Hardly do you get something that comes from this region. So me, I just want to encourage our members. Ni kawawu kakawuono. Wangeangea ni what Mboya has said, ni the success of this SACCO is on members. To start with, are you saving regularly? Let us challenge ourselves to make this SACCO what we want it to be. And I want to thank Alfred, Nikech, our journey could not have come this far without the resilience Mar Alfred. Alfred is the most senior in our midst, don't you? But Alfred accepted, he wants to bring us up, and because of no ye mondo oduog piny, wowuotho gi Alfred. To wowuotho nyaka gi mama. To wowuotho nyaka gi nyare. Mapok ne waromoga go. Consistent in actually doing what? Sending her monthly contribution. Kelo nyaka JJ, akia ni JJ odok, anene kamoka. Owuok oko. So, can we also emulate Alfred? And we are actually of different age groups. Kingiyo sako ni okinya wacho ni vijana en mamine, we are actually mixed. So onge ngat man gi reason to say ni okonego donjango a sako. So let us market this sako. Now we have other offices that we did not have. I think I'll be calling a meeting for the office moyer. Nikech koro ntie joma dwa keto a match. This team, who winjo luoch gigik mopenjo, he is part of this team now. Koro, we want to act to meet their. And Alfred and the team, you will also help us. Nikech, when you do it nicely, us eroru kamano, even for your patience. Apologies, we did not start in time, but you guys have been patient. Only say ni Nyasaye mondo gwedhwa duto. Finally, I'll thank Mboya. You can be surprised. Nen nyoro or nyocha? Nyoro. So actually we met for the first time yesterday. During that meeting that he was telling me many things that we actually need to given himself to support us, mondo mapok waik mondo bedango maber. And Barbara usewuotho kodwa, wadwa ni konywa, mondo wadongi. Koro agoero kamano nikech iyudo thuolo mibiro, Nyasaye omed gwedhi. Koro adwa mi microphone ni, mondo ibe iwachnwa matin, iduoke chunywa kenyalo. Otherwise, Nyasaye ogwedhwa ahinya. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Poda nyero matin. Ngeni samoro be nyaka nyer gi chairman matin. My name is Barbara Owino Nyajimo Luelo. So I work for Cusco Limited. I'm based in Kisumu. for, I think there's a good number that we've met. I call him Mayor, Kasoli. There are so many people that I know here. So today, first is to appreciate Obanda West. It's a journey. It's been a journey of like 3 years. My request today is for you to improve. And the only way you'll improve is when you market this society. If you don't market your society, if we give ourselves some more years, it's like we will be stagnant. What do we need to do as Obanda Sacco? We have youths here. I was only complaining because of the gender, and I hope next year when we are coming back for the AGM, the gender, I hope we have our women represented next time. So mine today is to encourage you people to top up your savings. You are saving 300 per week. Some of you have some side hustles. Some of you, it's salary. Some of you know how they pay their weekly savings. But at least, try your level best. Hii pesa si pesa yenye imepotea. Just top it up. Not everybody should be contributing 300. We are different in this society. We have those who can contribute higher. We have those who can do just that 300. So if you can do higher, and you've been told once you'll be leaving this society, you'll get your funds back. What do? Support your society. There's no need of going to support Mshwari, support all those KCB and all that, yet you can get money here. Bwana Chair, maybe in the next 1 or 2 years, you should be in a position to give them money, pesa pap. They need it, they get it. With that, they'll stop supporting other entities that they're supporting, and they support Obanda West. Our wish as Cusco is Obanda West to be one of the biggest SACCOs in this area. So try your level best. Introduce your friends. Don't bring us defaulters. Bring a friend that you know can do best in this society. A friend that can save in this society, and this society can grow. We need growth. My former boss, Mr. Toto, when he was, he sent one of my colleagues over here so that this SACCO would be registered. Their main aim was for Obanda West to be one of the societies around. So don't let him down. In Woodgweng, you need support, you need advice, he's still around. He can still advise you. Kisumu is not also far. Anytime you have some training, you want us to come and share 1 or 2, we are available. If I'm not there, a colleague will be there to step in. Then the other issue was on, can you do some reward system whereby next year I give you 10 members. What do you have in store for me? There's this money that people pay for registration. I don't know how much is it? How much? 1,000 shillings. So can you spare 100 bob for that person, that the new member that comes in, to whoever will bring this person? Somebody can give us 20 members. That person will walk home with 2,000 shillings. It's not bad. At least you've been appreciated in one way or the other. So as you leave today, you go home. If you have friends outside there, those good friends, please, walete nyumbani. We need them this side. Cusco is an umbrella body for SACCOs. We have different mandates. Number 1 is education and training that are going to guide them on how to work with Cusco. You know, the 15 board members, they didn't know. They just know Cusco is an umbrella body, they do this, they do this. And maybe you've never been in the board of Cusco. SACCOs also, we have them 7 who are directing them on what to do. We have buildings, we have so many houses in Kitengela that society that their money is lost. What we did, I think this is what brought me here, more than even our products and all that. What we did is to call all our stakeholders in a meeting in Nairobi. That happened last month. We have people with different tunes. We have those with billions in Cusco. We have those with millions and all that. If you bought shares with Cusco when you joined, though I didn't see it anywhere, which means you didn't buy shares. If you bought shares worth 10,000, you'll still get your dividend from the time you joined. If you didn't receive it, your money is available. That's number one. And if you didn't buy, then you are not full members of Cusco, because it's like you only registered with 1,000 shillings. Maybe later you'll check onto that to be a full member of Cusco. If you want to leave Cusco, what we do is to sell your shares to somebody else. Back your money. Then we also have savings with you. Savings that we have with you, this is to enable you to get a loan. But we talked earlier on, it's like the amount you are anticipating, you can't get it. But the society, the main aim is not loan-based as a society. That's why you people to top up on your savings, top up on your have money. This money, loan it to each other. By the time you are paying this money, we are getting more interest and getting more money to the society. Getting money is not a problem. Getting a loan to the society, yes, we can give you a loan. Once we give you a loan, are you able to repay this loan? Is it once you get the loan, some members will get lost, then the guarantors have to pay this money. Is that going to be the situation? What is your plan as Obanda West? If you have plans of construction, I advised you what you do. As somebody talked, you're saving 300 per week. What per week? I'll give an example of a Sacco in Sondu. It's called Sondu Kivuli. It's good to give examples with people around. Was registered with 10 members. With these 10 members, now they are at 400 within 3 years. And everybody, you pay 50 bob per week. In this 50 bob per week, now they've bought a parcel of land in Katitu, 20 acres. Through these collections that they do, what they'll do with this piece of land, it's upon them. It's either they'll sell or allocate to their members. So you can be challenged in different ways. If they can do it, they are traders. What is it that you can't do? You've heard what the border guys are doing. You can also change the narrative of Obanda. The diaspora guy, we are not dead. We are not bankrupt. We had issues as any organization. And what the main problem we had was mass withdrawal. Once you hear there's loss of money somewhere, what will you do? You'll come for your money. Then once we give out all this money, and also we have loan outside, we have to collect other loans that are outside for us to fully refund people their money. That's the situation where we are in. We have billions outside as loans, which circles are paying. So that's why we say we are not bankrupt. We had a problem, and we are here. What Cusco has done, that's what made the CS say we can't leave this so much. Cusco is the body that registered the first FOSA in Kenya. So if you leave this organization to die, what will happen? So there's a lot that has happened in the industry. We are working on it. Your money is not lost. In case maybe the members say, oh, we need our money back, there's no issue. You just write a letter. Within 90 days, you get your money back. Loans, so long as your borrowing power allow, we give you. We also give loans for housing. Those who need to do construction, you are welcome. Alfred knows more about it. You can introduce. We give you a loan 5 times of your savings, and you repay us within 15. That will tell you we are still in the field. We can't close doors when billions and billions are outside. So don't fear. It's something like this. Eric was like, Barbara, inyagweng kidwa ngisa. Then I'm like, ok dathogi pesa ni jakom. That's the word I told him. Ok dathogi pesa ni. Dange ni otho ma onge gimora mora. I would have told you to write a letter, we give you back your money. Tokane poka chopi in that position. Dong mano ange gimomiyo natimo kamano. Chairman, we are still there. In case of anything, just contact us. We are just a phone call away. So those who want to do, you can give me a call. Those who still want to give us more members, you can. If I also get some members around this area, I'll not mind. I'll send them. Sawa sawa. I don't know whether anybody has a question for me, because I know the questions today was like, what you told Barbara now? I mean, before I go back to Kisumu, if you have any issue for me.
Now let me talk about Cusco from the side of the regulator. Yes. Yeah, from the county government, Sindia. And one thing that is that Sacco ni mali ya umma na mali ya umma. And I can confirm to you that Cusco is very much alive. And after this turbulence, it is coming back stronger. Because why am I telling you this? I happened to be among the technical committee which did review. It has altered the whole structure of cooperative, creating new offices. And in the new structure that is coming, Cusco is emerging one of the strongest, and it is going to be the only. Hakuna ingine itakuwa registered as Cusco, whereby if the bill passes for SACCOs, all cooperatives dealing in financial matters in the whole country. Now it will be elevated from being a union to being a federation. From the structure of cooperatives, from the apex body where the Alliance of Kenya, when it comes to matters dealing with the SACCOs, the next body is Cusco. From Cusco is when now we are coming to the unions, which are now going to fall per county. From the individual societies. And in the new bill, so I can assure you that the fears that people are having about Cusco and all that, on turbulence, they are there. But with the regulations in place, everything your members. Now you can ask Barbara whichever question you want to ask. But that Cusco is alive, and it is going to grow more stronger than it is right now with the new regulations that questions can come. Yes.
Just from what I've had, what my years has given me, are you saying that we can buy direct as a person, or only through our SACCO?
SACCO is an umbrella body for SACCOs. We only deal with SACCOs. So which means it's Obanda Sacco to buy shares. Just Obanda Sacco. Then maybe something I forgot to talk about. Cusco was not regulated. And this is why we heard all those things that you heard about. Because our issue, the main issue was, how can you be regulated by SASRA? Yet SASRA is regulating the primary SACCOs. Issues here and there, and now this year, the agreement was now we have to be regulated by SASRA. Because if you check in all those countries that have SACCOs, they are not being regulated by them. So that was the issue that we had. The fight was too much last year, and the fight is not. Obanda ile. No. Another question.
Dividends for those who have shares. At what percentage are you giving your dividends? Or depending on what amount?
Dividend is given according to business done in every organization. Like your SACCO, you do business, the surplus, that's what will be the dividend. Same to Cusco. We don't have a standard figure. This year, if we make more, it will give the percentage. Is your question answered? Yeah. Another one? Go back to Kisumu. Sindio? Yeah, it's like they are finished. I can go back to Kisumu. 372-484. And those who are interested in beautiful homes, you can also look for me. Sawa sawa. You know, in the SACCO sector, we should not be in Odilum. You come to this society, take your children to school, do other things. Kota more, manyiku minya yode pesa. Wachina no winch. Dongangiso ni pokoto, poden gi pesa. Koro tema uru.
Okay, those are
Somebody's asking, you repeat the number, the diaspora people are coming.
0721-372-4. Zimeisha. I can share with you, then you share with them, because I have it in soft copy. I also had another product, but because of time, I'll not talk about it. So next time when we have education day, whether it will be... When do you have your meetings? Online. We can arrange education anytime. Then you'll tell us the topics you want us to tackle. Then we can share with Bonadisio. Then we see how we can talk about them. Then I don't know whether you're giving out loans, Eric. Are they insured? If somebody dies, what will you do? You'll repay the loan. It's like the board will repay the loan. So the loans should be insured. You can insure your loan against death. That's called a loans cover. Permanent total disability. What do I mean by this? An accident, you lost both limbs. You can't do the work that you used to do. Even if it's rearing chicken, you can't. So which means insurance should cover. If you got an accident, we have a medical report that you can't do whatever you used to do. You are in a bad medical. So that loan needs to be covered so that in case we lose a member or any of those happens, that loan is repaid. Another cover that we have is called savings cover. Savings cover is like an insurance that you keep money for those that you leave behind. I know we have children. So how does it work? We have savings in this circle. Let's assume you have 500. Let's just, for the sake, you have 500,000 savings. If you insure, if anything happens, Cusco Mutual Assurance will pay that 500,000. Then your circle will also pay, which means your next of kin will get 1 million. Loans that are outstanding. Then for the savings cover, at 10,000, 20,000, so long as it was insured, we will repay your society. At least can iwege kamoro, this money can take them somewhere. If it's school fees, maybe some business startup, it will help in one way or the other. So, but the number one, ndio compulsory. Number two, ni kama our minimum loans cover is 40,000. This 40,000 can the cover runs for a year. If you pay it this year, maybe in July, it will run till the next year, July. In case of any claim, they are paid. Once we get a death certificate, those are the documents that are required. A death certificate, number one. There's a form that you always sign to be given a loan. Huh? We'll also require that document. So those are the documents that we require. So as you sit as your board, you can discuss about it. Information, I'm available. But I shared with the chairman, then he didn't give me feedback. I think because of age. Reach 80. It's like the cover stops. And anybody who is below 65 years of age, if you want cover for 50,000, you pay us. If you per year, once in a year, 50,000. If you need cover for 100,000, you must be 51 members and above. If you're 51 members and above, you can decide and just take it as a cover. Children, it's okay. Any that is below 65, you pay us 400 shillings for it within 48 hours because it's last expense, compared to the other one that we have to wait for, a death certificate. You incorporate. I'll also share a flyer with you on the same. Then you can also check on the pricing. Which are so you look at it. If you feel it's good with you, you can ask for forms. I'll give you fill. Maybe there's no problem. So long as you are 10 and the chair can give you the registration certificate, there's no problem. So I'll share the flyer. All of you can get. Maybe even if you send hi, I can just send it to you. Sawa sawa, santeni.
Why must we be in a group? If I feel that I do it.
Then we had a cover for 500,000, which many people join. So once you pay them, they get. But once you are in a group, you are many members. So even if you opt out, other of numbers.
Thank you.
I know it's not your decision, but there are some members who would like to come and do it.
Yeah, we tried. We worked with it for 2 years, but we had losses. We went to the grouping system. And if you go to many insurance companies, you'll find now it's in the group system. 10 and above.
Online for more lessons. Time has we want to finalize. I'll give Alfred Njaduongwa, so he will say a few remarks and give vote of thanks. Then Ngatachilo. Diaspora, I want to request one of thanks, then we welcome Alfred to also give vote of thanks for who are present physically, and then we also close it out.
today, and but I have a couple of just 2 things, then I finish. Next year when we are having this AGM, my request is, can we have the reports sent to us at least a month before the meeting, so that we can read the report fully and engage with it before the meeting. Number 2, list of all our members who are fully registered and who we call members. And then also we should restructure the AGM in such a way that obey the formal Martin. Majua kali sana. Yeah, let's do things. We will get somewhere. And lastly, there's that resolution that I've said account. So this can be suggested by members where out of that 300, either we decide to add 50 shillings on top to go to the development account, or we take 50 shillings from that 300 to go to the development account, and 50 is left for the savings and cooperative account. Mondo wade kanyakla. Otherwise, thank you very much for this. It was really enjoyable.
Asante Victor, and we appreciate the team. I'm seeing Eric, you raised your hand.
Angeni Sara Edward Victor, Okawuka Kachucha, Wuka Victor. And then what I want to say is that I want to thank Barbara for ensuring me was a bedukumotundi mokomo manwachako godo, but they are nowhere to be seen right now. Koro, just a quick one. I realized ni information if we could just focus on that and look in on that. On the information much aloka strategy Mantik Sumu chapter, Nairobi chapter, Masailung diaspora. If you could have a similar at home, so Mantia Dala, and they're registered either Kisumu Shell, Kata, a team Nairobi. That means they have been really looking for ways to also have their own. Can we just get one? And now, because we can take advantage of Ben and Barbara, now they've had a chance to interact with so many similar circles like this one of ours. Don't give ideas. And according to our books and our demographics, other better ways of raising funds or having different tiers based on capabilities. Otherwise, thank you all for your support and for your involvement in this. Thank you. Bye.
Asante sana. So we have taken note of the comments, and the two have agreed that they will work with us, and members have also agreed that when called upon, you will join the session that will be organized in consultation with our two support systems. So I want to welcome Alfred so that you can close for us, and acts as the auditor incoming, internal.
Through the chair, our officials support team from the cooperative department and in general, good afternoon. First of all is just to thank you for this opportunity. It's really feel I can continue contributing to our progress. I must say, children growing, ulikuwa unatembea na gari unaona umechukua pikipiki, au ulikuwa unatembea na Peugeot na sawa na ngine na Prado. you feel proud and fulfilled. Community is a community I'm very proud of. And what has really made me even proud today is the transparent way we are doing our things. I tell people, some 30 years ago, in this region, our village, but 30 years down the line, I must say, I would want to suggest that one of the things we really need to work towards is to come up with a strategic plan. By my background, I could be engineer, sometimes doctor, and so on, because of the fields I've been working in, but I'm an economist by training, so I really valued planning. Saying in our sector there that when you fail to plan, you're still plan to succeed. For that reason, I want us to get some support from your team to have a strategic plan for the Obanda Sacco. That to me would be a critical milestone I would want us to work towards as a team, so that even some of these things we are talking about, agreeing that this is a roadmap we want to take as a team to reach our vision of success. The second thing I wanted to suggest is let us count ourselves very lucky as people because of the kind of opportunities coming before us. Our own son, George Ochototo, and because of that goodwill not there. And I think let's use this opportunity, and I want to encourage you. There are a number of opportunities coming up, even now into Kisumu County. Kisumu is being funded by the World Bank, as was shared by the corporate officer. Yesterday, I posted something on your walls. I hosted this team yesterday in Nyakach, in my home in Nyakach. And there are a lot of opportunities we are going to a session here in Bolo, but the attendance was very poor. They were wondering why you people did not even go for the meeting. But I assured them that probably it's because of mobilization. I told them, I'm going to share with you, and we're going to see how we're going to tap on any opportunity coming out from that particular initiative. Prepare ourselves to tap on this initiative. As I shared, is a project is going to be funded by World Bank for depending on the opportunities you have identified you want to work on. And I think we will sit down and see how to identify and tap on those particular opportunities. The other opportunity we're going to tap on as our Obanda team, there's an initiative being done, funded by USAID government called, I think, Ubora Mashinani. And it's a project which brings together local development organizations, and they're going to build their capacities to be able to improve on their livelihoods. And we are together in that initiative with the Cusco. And in the last meeting, I deliberately proposed Cusco to be the lead partner for us in Nyakach. We have different organizations. We are 12 organizations or so. And each organization, 2 organizations are responsible for particular sub-counties. Sana, we are responsible for Nyando sub-county with another organization called Nyakach Finder. Now for Nyakach, we have an organization called Tinada, and I deliberately proposed Cusco, and it was approved. So Cusco and Tinada is going to be the lead partners to bring together local organizations to work together with them and co-create in terms of development community to tap on and see how to maximize on those particular opportunities. Otherwise, back to the final role given to me to thank here. First of all, I want to thank the management committee under the leadership of the this AGM. Is not always, we may take it for granted process in such a manner. And in as much as some say there are reservations about the level of professionalism, but I want to assure you that given that this is our first AGM, we must give ourselves a pat at the back. That is a good start, and but then there's room, as my brother Dr. Oria says, there's room for improvement, and let's make sure that next year we're going to do it better. So for now, organize this to this success. Secondly, the members, I just want to thank you for creating your time to be here today so that we together make these critical milestones, which otherwise, if you did not attend, would not have materialized. Then I want to thank our two, the cooperative partner, pass you our appreciation, our sincere appreciation for the support. And I just want to, at that point, say thank you to all of you, and let's be committed to make sure that this city, we would want to see people coming to see that a small village can organize themselves to be the society most admired and changing the life. I want to thank all of you and wish you a fruitful deliberation of the next 1 year. But before I forget, you heard the chair saying that he was appreciative of the. I really would want that let us all emulate each, let's get a good examples, let's emulate them. As he has said, 2 family members, including myself, 3. But we also challenged ourselves earlier that bring your personal person or join. And I'm proud to say from that initiative, I also had Ngata Jiadi, Yoga Areo, Machil Kumye Koro, the representative Kandi, and got the Francis Oselu, and so on. Actually, Ngata, Ayua, Yakilo, Rio Kende, Dick, we would be far. So let that be our target for this year. Let everybody, at a minimum, Kelie Jaodi, Kaukenka. Mario, Kele, to Koro King Yatini Moromaido Inca Momatin, please, Kele, Okocho no bed person mangan, and Yara you watch no, I'm a student. So, selling me a Rio per week, Samaro Konga and Machulone, but she is a member, and you are teaching them to appreciate savings as a future for success, prosperity. Otherwise, thank you very much, and may God bless you. I want to request somebody to close for us with a word of prayer. Who is touched? You are touched? Please.
Tuamini na tuombe. Baba wetu aliye juu mbinguni, tunakushukuru kwa hii mchana Jehova. Jehova, tulikutana hapa kama ndugu, madada, masista Jehova. Jehova, chochote ambapo tumejadiliana hapa Jehova kama mandugu na madada Jehova, wacha ikiwe kwa makamilifu katika maeneo yetu Jehova. Ulewa na sisi Jehova. Hata wale wanasafiri kutoka kule Kisumu, wanasafiri na zile chombo zimetengenezwa na binadamu Jehova. Tunawakabidhi mkononi mwako Jehova, ili wakifika salama tutakushukuru Jehova. Uwe nasi Jehova. Wacha amani yako iwe katikati yetu Jehova. Wacha yale maono yote ambayo tumejitolea hapa Jehova, utukufu wako iwe nasi Jehova. Na ni katika jina la Yesu Kristo Jehova nimeomba machache na kuamini.
Asante.
Thank you.